Take your thingy out and read your finger.
What?
Take your thingy out and read your finger. It's not in there. Where is it? Oh, soldier, this is tricky. I know. You never wanted to learn this game. Did you?
No.
You look tired, Tim. You look exhausted, and by the way, I am too. I'm not even fighting with you. That's pretty good. Did it read?
71.
This is weird. We need to get you on your mask. And I don't know if I'm going to set my alarm or what I'm going to do with you, okay? But I've got to go lay down at this point. So let's put that back in your pocket. In the pocket I know it should be in if I had to find it. The phone is right here. This is right here, the other phone, but this is the one that would get you there. And there's the flashlight. No, you put that
so
away in your fucking pocket. It isn't necessary out there.
There's
Okay?
the concept. Okay?
Yeah, we're going to get your mask on and get you onto that because that might be the best cure.
I don't know why you guys have to knock this shit down. I don't understand this at all. None of that.
Exhausted.
Okay, I
Are
don't
you?
get it.
Yeah. Okay. I love you.
No reason for it.
Hello?
Little turds.
I love you too, babe.
Okay, that's good.
Right, where'd my glasses just go?
I don't know. What did you do with them, Tim? Are they beside you? Okay, Tim.
No.
Tim, go look on your desk. What did you do with them?
I had them on just before I put...
Go get
I
them.
took them off, put them on
I don't
there.
have them here. Go
You
look
put
on your desk.
A towel.
Jesus Christ, Timothy. This is
Oh, God, fucking damn.
entertaining as hell with you. You know, it really...
Oh, God, fucking damn.
I really don't want it there, do I? That's not really what I want done with it. So why don't we think of some place to put it? Put it up beside over by you then for the time being, all right? Put it back up over there. I don't feel well either, Tim. Okay? I really don't. I'm really not sure what to do either. And it's like your glasses before. I found your glasses. Why aren't your glasses back over in that back corner? That means that you have taken them off, thrown them someplace and threw them wherever. Same thing as like there was a banana in there. All sorts of stuff like that. Fix your hair. Let's do devotions and try to move forward in this evening. I have turned up your oxygen again, meaning that now I am on a freak session for 3 to 4 days. Tim, you did. You ran your container at 4s and more today. That's what you did. I know that because this is how you are. So you thought you were fixing things. You were not fixing things. You were making it rough for me. I don't give a goddamn. You want to die? I wish you'd just crank it up to 10 and just sit on it and die.
It's not my intention.
Well, it is if this is what you're doing and this is what you did. We were fine on Saturday. We were fine the other day. We've been fine the other days we've gone out. And I didn't ride you today. I was trying to listen to a fucking service.
Yes,
But
yeah.
Tim was too busy playing with his fucking oxygen machine. So let's get on with devotions. If you manage to make it through this, you'll be 3 days coming off of it.
In the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy, God sent the angel Gabriel to Nazareth, a village in Galilee, to a virgin named Mary.
We read that yesterday.
She was engaged and married to a man
We read that
in
yesterday.
Joseph. Mary responded, I am the Lord's servant. May everything you have said about me come true. And then the angel left her. A few days later, Mary hurried to the hill country of Judea, to the town where Zechariah lived. She entered the house and greeted his little Elizabeth. At the sound of Mary's greeting, Elizabeth's child leaped within her, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit. Elizabeth gave a glad cry and exclaimed to Mary, God has blessed you above all women, and your child is blessed. Why am I so honored?
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
That the mother of my Lord should visit me. When I heard your greeting, the baby in my womb jumped for joy. You are blessed because you believed that the Lord would do what he said. And Mary responded, oh, how my soul praises the Lord, how my spirit rejoices in God my Savior. For I took notice of his lowly servant girl. And from now on, all generations will call me blessed. The Mighty One is holy. He has done great things for me. He shows mercy from generation to generation to all who fear him. His mighty arm has done tremendous things. He scattered the proud and haughty ones. He has brought down princes from their thrones and exalted the humble. He has filled the hungry with good things. He has sent the rich away with empty hands. He has helped his servant Israel remember to be merciful. For he made this promise to our ancestors, Abraham and his children forever. Mary stayed with Elizabeth about 3 months and then went back to her own home. When it was time for Elizabeth's baby to be born, she gave birth to a son. When her neighbors and relatives heard that the Lord was very merciful to her, everyone rejoiced with her.
Yes, I know.
When the baby was 8 days old, they all came for the circumcision ceremony. Wanted to name Zechariah after his father. But Elizabeth said, no, his name is John. What they exclaimed? There was no one in all your family by that name. So he used gestures as the baby's father, what he wanted to say to name him. Motioned for a writing tablet, and to everyone's surprise, he wrote, his name was John.
Okay, we can stop there, all right?
Like,
And I am very concerned, and I'm also angry. And Tim, playing with your oxygen is what gets it this way. Seemed to be coming down with a flu or otherwise. Everything was fine. and now we've got this problem. This is days to get you leveled out again. Your body can't sustain it. It's like somebody who can't drink, and they go on a bender, that's it, they're dead. Yes, I see that. You've got messes everywhere. I don't know why. I can't handle it. That's because I can't walk anymore. Let's pray, okay? And I will ask you some questions and see if I can field some of this.
God, thank you for another day. Thank you for letting us get out and see a different part of your religion. Thank you for the pastor out there, and for Gary and for Patty and Andrew, for all the other people we met. Thank you for everything, God. Amen.
Your hand upon us, and let's get Tim leveled back out. And we ask this in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Now this morning you were kind of shaky. You said you didn't know why, but your oxygen was running fine. And it was running fine pretty much up until somewhere in the service when I didn't keep monitoring you. So you were doing stuff during, what was it? You had a good hour or two that you were overmaxing yourself. And I don't know what all you were doing when I was driving up to Harrison.
Maximum 3.
Oh, okay, well, you had it on full 4 a few times, didn't you?
Not on full 4.
Or you had it on 4 pulse even. Okay, that's too much, Tim. That's the bottom line. That is too much. What you've done is filled yourself up with all sorts of oxygen without the carbon dioxide, and now your body doesn't know what to do with it. That is how your body works. A little backwards from the rest of us, but that's what it's done. And that means that your body is smarter than you are. Most of our bodies are smarter than us. Let's try putting this on to play. You should use your other mask. Or may not get you something to eat tonight. Let's see how that goes. And stay with the other mask. Ian is thrilled that you like having the ants. You can play with the back of your neck. Try to burn some of this off of you somehow. And then we'll get you to lay down and put some of that light. I can't. I'll worry about it. Turn the vacuum, turn this on. Lay you down and we will monitor that and see if I can get you adjusted down. Tonight you're going to go
This scares me
back on
suddenly
your
if you
feet
are in a weird way.
and whatnot, but you're going to use a different mask.
So
you
maybe
see how
we
this gets
at least keep the other mask on you and try to get you leveled out, because it will do the thing tonight. It will fix it, hopefully. Okay. Is this today's? Is this today's?
The old one.
Okay, are you finding it as cold in here?
Yes.
That's probably because of what you are. I'm finding it's not feeling as cold. Do you want me to turn off the top fan?
No.
Okay. I don't know what's wrong with me on this. This is bizarre. I've wondered if it's for picking up and carrying a bag. I don't even know anymore what to make of it. I really don't. And tomorrow I'm going to go and load stuff up with Rennie. I was going to go do pickup. And, I don't know, bring something in for you and bananas and stuff. Bananas and potatoes. Bananas, potatoes, and because I can build use things out of potatoes. There's enough stuff in the freezer to cook up. And then maybe get me 3 or 4 little dinners that I can do something with cheese on for a week or so, and take her a box. And I think she's using it. I think she's sharing it with 1 or 2 people there. See, I took her a bunch of potatoes, and I take her vegetables, which will only keep so long. You can lay down in a minute. And you get your hand warmed up. You stick it in your crotch if you have to, okay? And where's your unit? Give it to me and we'll see what it reads on me. Maybe it's batteries again. And I don't have any AA's. I actually don't have any fresh AA's.
No, it's not that. It's reading me. I'll give that to you after you get your hand warmed up, okay? You feel miserable. Okay, I don't know what else to do right now, Tim. I can't crank your oxygen way up.
No.
Joel has said that. I don't care what the triage nurse says. You don't do it. Okay? Now, have you taken your puffers, the one-day puffer today? That you did that one. Well, then use one of those right now. You can use them more than once a day. 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times if you have to.
Every 4 hours.
Well, you haven't used it for 4 hours, so then it's time to do it. Lady Gray, you knock that down, I'm going to get real pissed off, which is what I got to go and do and fix. And that's going to come down on you one of these nights. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God, oh, God. This is not cool, Tim. None of this is cool. This is not cool, Tim. We have a problem. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God damn, please help me. Oh, dear God damn. Oh, God. Oh, God damn it. Oh, God damn it all. Oh, God damn it. Come on. I can do this. I know I can. Oh. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. You're going to have to stand up and move. Okay? That's what you're going to have to do, Tim. Your sweater is right there. Now, put your butt up there, lay down, and get your hand warmed up. I'm not looking forward to that tonight. I'm really not. Oh, God. If I have to, I will give you a heating pad to work with on it. Do you want a blanket on you?
Nope.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, there's Mew. Mew's worried too. Do you think there's an issue with the hose or anything?
Nope.
Do you think I need to reset the machine?
Nope.
And so it feels like it's coming through okay.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
What? You mean you're not getting it? It's not coming through? There she is. She's doing it again.
Fine. Just like this.
Yeah, there she is. I'm gonna get under here. I'm gonna rip it all
Well,
to pieces.
Unless there's something
That's
wrong
who
with the
tears
machine,
it
there
out
is
from the
oxygen.
corner.
It has to do with your body not processing.
Okay, that's why I don't even do it anymore. I just pull it up.
If
so
you
she
want,
can
we start
wiggle
your
it around,
prednisone
okay?
right now.
On that end.
Do you feel like you have the flu or
Vivian's
anything,
quite
or are you getting
pleased
one
that
of those?
you are
It's just-
enjoying the pants.
Okay.
She's messaged back and said, "Oh my goodness, I slept in sweatpants for years as jammies. I'm glad he's happy." And she said now she wears flannel. I don't know why. I wear flannel nightgowns. I don't know why. Neither do I. So why would you go from sweatpants to nightgowns? I don't know, but that's what she's into now. So she's glad that you're thrilled with them. And I said, well, the black ones are just great. And it would be nice for you to be able to wear them out. But even cuffed, they aren't going to do it. You would do better with the weather with something elastic at the leg.
Right.
If you want to run around in those. And then we go to Value Village and we find you 2 or 3 pair. There are a pair of cotton ones, but I don't think those are going to go the distance, are they? And you don't really do jeans, so these might be more comfortable for you. And we could have gone to Value Village today.
Now it was after the Day of Atonement. So Paul warned them.
But we didn't.
How much time? I've been thinking
Well,
about this, how much
I
time
didn't even know how to
have you
try
already
boots on.
lost
My
because
feet
of
were
this
soaked.
because of
I
this
walked
big
through
storm that we've
puddles like
gone
this.
through because of these
Now,
conditions.
what it is probably doing is going in through the zipper.
And,
Yeah.
and if
I
you
don't-
know
I-
what
the
the Day of
boots may be
Atonement is, for
waterproof,
those of you that
but
have
it's
a
so
little bit
deep,
of
it's
history
soaking
with
in
God,
because
the Day of
this is where
Atonement
it's
for
getting wet.
Jews was once a year.
Like right in the
They
middle,
would
and then it
confess
soaks
their
down to
sins
my
for the whole
toes.
year.
So it's
The
coming
day
in
they
on the
took
zipper.
aside to confess all the sins that
Because they're
they
not
had
a big
done
sole
throughout
on
that
it,
year.
right?
But
Like they're
funny
fairly
enough,
flat.
Jesus had already
So the
come
message tonight
and
is
paid
about the
price for
storm
probably
and
be fine
Paul
in
and the whole
snow.
bit and the
They probably
shipwreck.
won't.
Jim, what's your lifeboat?
Oh, thank you.
I
But
knew you
my
would say that. I'm taping
Harley
it. What?
boots will soak down because of the zip. That's where it comes in at.
What's my
Like, you
lifeboat?
start wandering through puddles, it just...
If you were to say what my
damp, it
lifeboat
just
was,
soaks in.
what would
Okay,
you
so
say
you
it would
take
be?
this and you use it, and we're going to try it on some different fingers as well, okay?
I like to say,
men aboard this ship. It wasn't a small
I
boat.
know it's not.
Well, you've been navigator and all
That's
sorts
a
of
lot
things, so
men
you're
with a lot
rather
of families
important.
going through a lot of different things and a lot of different things going on in their head. But it said it was important that they stick
What
together.
is your lifeboat?
And so I
I'm not
encourage you, church,
sure
thank
right
you
yet.
so much for continuing to stick together with us in this season. For showing
But all I
up.
do
Thank
know
you
is
so
that's
much for
ugly
reaching
there. I've
out
got to find
us
something
now.
else to
Thank
put
you
there.
so much, by the way, for all the private messages that I've been getting.
I can't handle
from
those
everywhere
colors.
from the
That's
Philippines
overwhelming.
To Africa, from the east coast of Canada, west coast, United States. You guys, thank you so much, and not just for me, but for the staff, from the staff and everyone else. Thank you. But thank you that you continue to do that and pay that forward to other people. That we stick together in this season.
Oops, I said that.
So it said the soldiers cut the ropes that held the lifeboats.
So you
That
have
held the
to
lifeboat
decide
and
if
they
you
let
are
it
or
drift
not.
What's Mew's lifeboat?
I
Obviously, that
believe
corner
that
of the
you
bed.
have the ability
Yeah,
to
okay,
make
that's
that
that's the
decision.
lifeboat.
Yeah.
What do you
And
need to
I'm not
cut?
the only one. Lots of cultures believe that. And other than that, what else would you like to talk about tonight? Because you aren't really on board. I'm not on board because I hurt and I might be a little drunk. I am on my 3rd hit of this. And I hurt like hell still. But you're not on board. You know that, don't you? Although if you're running 87, Tim, right now, that's good.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, yep. What would you like to talk about?
Thought that it was a good day with you.
It was a good day with you, my friend. It was. And I didn't even fight with you about your oxygen until we got here, and then I freaked with your glasses. Oh, that's what I'm trying to figure out. God, this goes to show how with it I am, isn't it? Oh, fuck. I had some kind of basket or something that should sit there. I'll get something out of the drain board in a minute. Because one of those black things would do it. It should be in that, including your glasses. Okay? That's the bottom line. Because a rock in it will hold it there and they won't knock off. Right? Like, it's kooky ways to do it, but it works over there. Okay, let's go on. I'll do that in a minute. You're going to pick all that stuff up. Thank you. Okay, what now?
I'm looking forward to tomorrow with you.
Let's hope that my fucking camera works. I'm looking forward to tomorrow too if the camera still works. I'm not having a good day either. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. I'm having a problem here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here, hold that. There's nothing like a rock. Rocks are good. It's amazing what a rock can do. This is not cool. I don't think the medical profession would even... Do not touch the cigarettes. I know how many are in there. I count them all.
That's fine.
It's bizarre.
I heard you greeting
Pass me that clock, please.
the witch.
That clock.
We're blessed because you believed in the Lord and do what he said. Mary responded, "Oh, how my soul praises the Lord. How my spirit rejoices in God my Savior. For he took notice of his holy servant girl. And from now on, all generations will call me blessed. For the Mighty One is holy. He has done great things for me. Shows mercy from generation to generation to all who fear him. His mighty arm has done tremendous things. He has scattered the proud and haughty ones. He's brought down princes from their thrones and exalted the humble. He's filled the hungry with good things. He sent the rich away with empty hands. He has helped his servant Israel and remembered to be merciful. He made this promise to our ancestors, to Abraham and his children forever. Many stayed with Elizabeth. Mary stayed with Elizabeth for about 3 months, then went back to her own home. When it was time for Elizabeth's baby to be born, she gave birth to a son. When her neighbors and relatives heard that the Lord had been very merciful to her, everyone rejoiced with her. When the baby was 8 days old, they all came for the circumcision ceremony.
we've read all this last night, believe it or not. And they asked him when he would be called, and Zachariah wrote on the tablet and said John. Now, I don't know if you recognize it or not in your reading. Go ahead.
That time the Roman Emperor Augustus decreed that a census should be taken throughout the Roman Empire. This was the first census taken when Quirinius was government of Syria.
Syria, or Syria.
All returned to their own ancestral towns, registered for this census. Because Joseph was a descendant of King David, he had to go to Bethlehem in Judea.
Are you going to be able to sleep with that bright of a lamp there?
Yeah. David's ancient home. He traveled there from the village of Nazareth in Galilee. He took with him Mary, his fiancée, who was now obviously pregnant. And while they were there, the time came for her baby to be born. She gave birth to her first child, a son. She wrapped him snugly in strips of cloth, laid him in a manger, because there was no lodging available for him.
Okay, let's stop there, okay? Oh God.
Well, thank you for the day. Thank you for getting through it. Thank you for letting us get out. Thank you for the drive. I like you to drive.
The fact that I can drive, yeah, that's about all I can do anymore.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're going to eat right now, or what are you going to do? Well, you are going to eat tonight. So we're going to go play that. You're going to lay down, and we're going to test your finger. Okay, that's what we're going to do. I don't know why you are like you are. You were fine this morning. In fact, you were fine before you ate ice cream.
Excited for Fall Fest,
You
and
might
this is
wanna
one of
turn
our
this
largest events of the
down
year,
a
so I'm just so
little
happy
bit.
that there's already food trucks outside, and the kids are having an absolute blast. There's
This
laser
was
tag and bouncing castles, face painting, balloon animals, all of it, and they're having just a blast over on the other side. But before we start, I want to just shout out to our online church audience that watches every week. First of all, Joshua House, welcome guys. I can't wait to see you on Wednesday. On Wednesday, we'll be coming out again, and we will be hanging out with you guys. So welcome to you guys. Everybody watching at Ruth and Naomi's, welcome. Give them a warm round of applause.
Tidy the end
These
of your
guys are
bed and
phenomenal.
take these.
And then also the Westminster ladies that
I
tune
want
in.
any more.
Welcome. Give them a round of
Mine.
applause.
Disciples
And
to
then I
pray.
want
He said,
to,
he said you need to
give a
pray
huge
this. This is a moral
I'll
prayer.
lick
This
at
is
it.
a type of prayer that you need to
I
meditate
went
on.
over
that
to
you need
the
to
school
consider that
because we know I don't like being there, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's beside the point, isn't it? Oh, God. And I don't know why it burns me out, but it does in a way that I can't even begin to explain. I actually can't begin to explain it. And I came home and I did the leaves. I went upstairs and cleaned up a mess the cat had made. I still have yet to move her, change her litter box. And look, there is a fucking disaster. And I don't know when to start it. There's not enough time to start it. It's a day or so Jesus Christ. Oh God fucking damn. Oh God fucking damn. Oh God fucking I don't know what to do with this. Is there one of those? I wonder if one of those would do it. I'm so tired of this. I am really tired of this. This is bullshit. This is a good reason to get me to get rid of the cats. Okay? That's what basically is for me to get rid of the cats.
Everybody went and hid.
And I hid by their asses on there. There's at least a day's worth of production. By the time I get back from that school, Tim, I'm not in a good shape.
Yeah.
Okay? So I came home, did the leaves, and then I went upstairs and I started with stuff. And I lost any of the work I was doing because of the power outage. So it was a wasted hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, it was quite a surprise.
And this is garbage. Go put it in the fridge. You have to check your unit to make sure that it's reading in that 2 mark, because it will not always do that. Did you hear me? Something like that happens, you have to check your machine that it's reading in the 2 mark. And then we've been a couple of days trying to figure out when I'm going to send fridges away. But it didn't cost me anything to do it. They're both dead. The one guy says to me, some guy Kevin knows, here's these, take these. He says, that shouldn't kill it. They don't use oxygen. Those went down with the smoke. But my stuff is not the only stuff. I know people that lost air conditioners, that lost all sorts of stuff. That just, it was dead. And I have the feeling that compressors will need to have, that there's got to be some kind of intake to cool it. Something overheated those.
Just air cooled.
What?
They're air cooled.
Good, and the air was what?
Yeah.
You,
No,
you
it's
see a
bad.
problem? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, after the week of smoke, the stuff has not sat in there more than the week. I would, I'm a restoration specialist. It, like a coroner, it isn't like it's been 6 months.
Yeah.
And besides, as I recalled, I went out and I checked. It was only the one that was on. I got stuff out of it about the week before, 3 days. And then we had it, and the air quality was bad.
Yeah.
And then it hit bad. And since that time, the raccoons or something has ripped the snot out of the underbelly. So I'm assuming that's because of leakage. Okay, it smelled good, or like rotten stuff, the rats. Anyway.
We're pulling the insulation out for their homes.
Well, that too, because we are at that time of year, aren't we?
Yep.
And we've had the rain. So it's been a real interesting hit, and I cleaned that up, so there's a hole out there, and those are gone. And I don't know. Whether what it is, I should be parking bikes. We have 5 or 6 heavy days of rain coming, and then rain
Tomorrow
and
night's supposed to be -1.
and then rain and snow. We have a problem then, don't we? The pump has to come in, doesn't it?
Yep.
So I guess that had better come in tomorrow. So I
Okay.
guess that's what we've got to do tomorrow. This is all hit real sudden. Okay? So that has to be dealt with. let's do some reading. I don't know if you want to go and get the pump now. It has to come in tomorrow. Or it's possibly garbage. Because if it goes -1, it will be garbage. Jesus Christ. Thank you for doing up here. I've been in bare feet and I haven't freaked yet. So you obviously were paying a little attention today.
Yes.
Thank you.
That night there were shepherds shining in the fields, or staying in the fields nearby, guarding their flocks of sheep. Suddenly an angel of the Lord appeared among them, and the radiance of the Lord's glory surrounded them. They were terrified, but the angel reassured them. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I bring you good news that will bring great joy to all people. The Savior, yes, the Messiah, the Lord, has been born today in Bethlehem, the city of David. And you will recognize him by this sign. You'll find a baby wrapped snugly in strips of cloth, lying in a manger." Suddenly the angel was joined by a vast host of others, the army of heaven, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in highest heaven, and peace on earth to those with whom God is pleased."
Okay, let's stop there, okay? Can we do that? That's a good idea, because you have to go find a pen and write yourself a note to remind me to, or bring me the pen. So let's pray, okay? Now, we haven't found your other mask tonight. What are we going to do? Use
I'm going to
this
use this one.
You're going to have a sore on your nose, Tim. That's really in a bad way. I don't know if there's something we can put in there.
I've tried a piece of Kleenex and a Band-Aid, and both of them interfere with the way the mask works.
Yeah, which is why we should be doing the other mask. Okay, let's pray, okay?
God, thank you for the day. Thank you for Kai, bringing her home safe. Thank you for the fact she's here. Thank you for the cats, even though they can be interesting at times. Thank you for the day. No rain.
That too. But just wait a minute, I'm taking pictures of you, because, why not, right? But just look at me, hold your hand up, it makes you look less dead. There, that's good. Hold on, and Gunner will only do the one appearance. We know that. Okay. Amen. Okay, so you're going to go get me a pen, and I'm going to write on my hand so I remember, because tomorrow's a nice day, and we probably should be taking the trike out. I don't know what to do. I should be doing the trike, and it's a full day, what I've got planned, and I can't do it first thing in the morning. It's too cold until about 10, 11, and I have to go away, and at 1, I've then got about 3 hours. It's actually a full day's work. Okay. This doesn't want to write. But if that's on there, I'll say, okay, why is that on there? So the pump has to come in. I have to start weatherizing, whatever I mean by that. I take it the front will probably hold the support posts are still in place. They're loose. Although I suspect the minute we get a little ground heat, everything will tighten.
Yeah.
So that's good. We've left them in place, or I have. And you're going to dump garbage.
We want you to know that we've got a lot of treats for you today.
Yeah, once they get the garbage out of there.
What?
Once they get the garbage out of there.
I may have you.
We can't wait for our beers so that you just
I don't
can
know.
do the best and
I don't
start your week off. But until then, you're going to have a nice mat, and we'll do our best to give you that experience from the comfort of your own home.
Your whole experience is
So
going
if
to be
you're
about
not
an hour
eating
long,
out, we should
and
lay
we
down
have
and
something
warm your
just
finger
for
up.
your
Do that. Where is your phone?
We do. We'd rather you're here.
Has it been plugged in
since you're
today?
home. We
Yes.
have some
Okay, then it stays in your pocket.
Or different
She's not
Okay,
interested
that
in
would probably
pizza.
be the better place to
She
go.
does not want
that
that.
direction. But there's a story that I really like,
Look,
and
look,
not because
look,
it's a
look,
war
look.
story,
Oh,
but because
oh.
of the advanced France.
She ate them
they
the
could
other
invade
night.
England. And this is what they set out
That's
to do.
for
They
you.
set out with a very
Go ahead.
sizable armada with thousands of men and many ships, and they were coming against England, knowing that they had the wind in their favor. When they were
She's worried
attacked
Mia
by a
doesn't
couple of
want her to
gentlemen,
touch it.
the admiral of the day was a gentleman named Sir Charles Howard, and he was in
Because she
control of the
likes
British
those.
Navy at the time.
Mia
But
doesn't like
the real
them.
hero of the thing turned out
But
to be
she
Sir
does. And
Francis
Gunner doesn't
Drake,
like
and
them,
we
but
we
she
tend to hear
does.
about him
They're
more.
just a little
But
something.
what happened was the British were able to sail
is for
into the
you.
wind. And when they were sailing into the wind, zigzag into the wind, they actually were able to hit the Spanish
And she
on a
does about 4 or
diagonal,
5
which
of
was
them.
contrary
And
to what
it's
was
like
normally
just a
believed to
little
be the pattern of
snacky
ships
that's
attacking one
different.
another on the water.
Okay.
And so the
Is
British
that
were able
almost
to
edible?
strike the Spanish on a diagonal
Okay, that's-
pattern
that's
because they were
good.
able to sail against the wind direction, and they hit the Spanish there. They were able to stop them, and this created a major defeat on the part of the Spanish.
You got crumbs
in
all over
doing
the
this,
place
they
there,
developed a
girl.
new strategy for naval warfare, along with using their skill to be able to sail into the wind. And so, what does this have to do with walking with Christ? Well, we'll get into that. We'll get into
Well,
that,
we'll
and we'll
have to
take a look
vacuum
at
after
it.
she's done
And when we
crunching
come
stuff
to
up.
Christ, there's things that
Yeah, that was
happen in our
cute.
life
Oh, you
that
looked
change
at it.
the
I can't
direction
touch
that
it.
we're going. And
She
so when we
really
come to
does give
Christ,
you
we're
deference, you
actually
little
making a
princess,
decision
queen.
to go contrary
Yes,
to the
Auntie.
prevailing wind of the day.
I don't know if
We
I
are
want
now
this.
not just blown
I don't
along
think you
by
do.
all the wind that
I
is
might. I'll
happening,
look
by
at-
the direction that society is going, by the direction
Okay,
that,
I got another one. Here's your
institutions
half
are
dozen.
going. We are not now just at the
Here's
at the
having
mercy
some.
directly into the direction of things
What
going.
a twink.
But eventually we become tired. So is it, what ends up happening is
living
our
we get
life somewhere.
Yeah, well, you're going to
That
finish
wind is
that,
too
and you've got
strong,
the
the
other
force
one
is too
for
great, and
breakfast.
We are blown back.
Or you can have it for lunch. I don't care how you do it.
the avocado.
There's 2 hits there, and then supper, I'll bring more of this up.
We sail as
Yeah,
organized,
organized, okay?
opposing direction, and
You're a
we
good
begin
girl.
with.
Simple girl. Oh, right between the shoulders. Yeah, I see that. You like that, don't ya? Oh, that feel good. Oh, twitchy. Twitchy, twitchy. Watch, she'll roll over soon. They're at least clean looking, okay?
Thank you.
I really do think I want to go to bed earlier. Or settle you earlier. I didn't settle Tim last night till 10:30, 11. And that's me dealing with the 9 or more, okay? So we're kind of going to be dark soon, and oh well. And I go upstairs and I will try to salvage the files that I lost. I didn't know what to make of it. I was really quite freaked. Alright? That means that you need oxygen up here, but when the power interferes, that may not kick properly. It has to be reset.
Which I did.
What?
Which I did.
Okay, well, I don't know if you're doing that, do I? You need to pat her. She's less your girl than mine. She's just probably Muse lady in waiting. Yeah, she really is less your girl, isn't she? she's a big girl. It's very strange. It isn't like she just dislikes you. She doesn't dislike you. But you're just kind of peripheral.
Yeah.
Oh. She's actually the smarter cat. She recognizes the chain of command. And maybe Nia graced Gunnar because he knew that you needed somebody. Is that
My
a good
takeaway
reason?
today on this
It should make you
is
feel
the
good.
wind is only an impediment.
When I've gone
to
on,
our
this is
direction
the holy man.
when we
I
use sight of
thought it was my
Jesus.
holy man. Maybe
I
it
don't want you to
isn't
lose
fully
sight of
my
Jesus
holy
today.
man.
I want you to be focused on Him. And I want to give you an opportunity right now that you
here
can
comes
ensure
you.
that you can keep
I
your eyes
know,
focused
you
on Him.
just stood her down.
Scripture tells us
Come on
in
up.
Romans 10, 9 through 10, that if we
There
believe in
she
our
is,
heart
and she
confess
does.
with
She
our
just
mouth
right
Lord
on
Jesus
the
Christ,
heels of Mew
that
when
we will
Mew
be
comes
saved.
up.
And so I don't
She just
want
comes
you
from nowhere.
aimlessly wandering through life. I
And
don't want
wanders
you going
around and
through
sits
life
and
without
looks.
hope. That
It's
scripture
bizarre.
says that if we believe
It is,
in
isn't
our
it? I didn't know I was
and
going to have
confess with our
girls
mouth that
instead
God
of
has raised
boys,
Jesus
but
from the dead,
I
we'll be
do.
saved.
Well,
And this is what we want
you're
you to
not
know
really
today.
completely a girl.
I'm
We
not
don't know
trying to
what you
sell
are.
you
You're like
something.
me. You are
I'm not even trying to
unisex.
convince you.
Unlike
about
Gunnar,
something.
who is obviously
I'm
a
asking
boy
you
and a
to believe
who knows
something
what.
today. And if
LGBTQ,
you're
right?
tired of the
Yeah,
wind of the
get them
world
on
blowing
Boopy.
you in any
Never mind.
direction it wants to,
Oh, you're
then
such a
I want to give you
Twinkie.
an opportunity right now to embrace Jesus Christ and sail,
You're such a
opposing that
Twinkie.
wind that is driving you along.
Are your
the way.
feet warmer?
So if you'll just repeat this prayer
Do they
after
feel
me.
comfortable?
Lord Jesus,
Yeah.
I come before you right now,
Okay.
and I believe in my heart that you are the Son of God. I believe in my heart that God has raised you from the dead.
I should have stole both
And
pairs.
based on the promises
Well,
of your word,
The problem is they
I believe
put
right
them
now that
in
you
your
have forgiven
thing
my
next to your
sins,
shoes,
and I
meaning
am
they
now
are
your child.
probably not
And so
even
I
going to
confess
wash
you
them.
as Lord.
I think they
And I
are
thank you
part
for
and
changing
parcel
my
of
life.
what you get. Kind of like
I thank you
it's
for
a
giving me the
hose,
strength
send it home with you or throw it out.
to focus on those things which
It
are
will be
above,
like underwear.
and
They
not
don't
on
wash
those
this
things
stuff
which are below.
anymore. They just,
And I thank you
it's
for embracing me as a child.
whatever.
In Jesus'
Really?
name.
Yes.
Amen.
They do wash the
If you prayed that
pajamas.
prayer for the
That
very first
goes through the
time,
laundry. But there's a
Bible
whole
says
lot of
if you are
stuff
born
that just
again,
goes to the
If
trash.
you're born again and
Tell me that again. What?
My little buddy.
That's your little buddy, is it? And I think the socks are
Oh,
one
don't
of
worry,
them.
I think we called him Gilligan too.
By sending on Messenger
All
or by
right, Bob.
Sir
giving us a
Reginald.
Remember?
Yes.
A lot of white, lot of. Galahad Gilligan, and otherwise known to his friends as Gunnar.
Yeah.
This is how I fight my battle.
Sock things, huh? Well, that's good.
This is how I fight my battle.
I don't know what to do with this. It's down there, isn't it? I've got an empty one of these that I used to prop this on or something like it. None of this really works like it did, you know that? It really doesn't. Let's see if that will regularly do it, okay? For fuck's sakes. Why is this thing on?
Apparently the starter switch got banged, so it'll shut itself off again.
It's running water.
It'll shut itself off again, dear.
It's dripping all over the place, Tim. It sends that much water through?
Yeah,
It's a wonder you haven't drowned.
it's the way it comes through.
Good God.
I don't know.
Eight days later, when the baby was circumcised, he was named Jesus, the name given him by the angel even before he was conceived. Then it was time for their purification offering, as required by the law of Moses after the birth of a child. So his parents took him to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord. The law of the land says, if a woman's first child is a boy, he must be dedicated to the Lord. So they offered the sacrifice required to the law of the Lord, either a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. At that time, there was a man in Jerusalem named Simeon. He was righteous and devout, and was eagerly waiting for the Messiah to come and rescue Israel. The Holy Spirit was upon him, and had revealed to him that he would not die until he had seen the Lord's Messiah. That day the Spirit led him to the temple. So when Mary and Joseph came to present the baby Jesus to the Lord, as the law required, Simeon was there. He took the child in his arms and praised God, saying, Sovereign Lord, now let your servant die in peace, as you have promised. I have seen your salvation, which you have prepared for all people. He is the light to reveal God to the nations, and he is the glory of your people Israel. Jesus' parents were amazed at what was being said about him. And Simeon blessed them, and he said to Mary, the baby's mother, this child is destined to cause many in Israel to fall, but he will be a joy to many others. He's been sent as a sign from God, but many will oppose him. As a result, the deepest thoughts of many hearts will be revealed, and the sword will pierce your very soul. Anna, a prophet, was also there in the temple. She was the daughter of Phanuel from the tribe of Asher, and she was very old. Her husband died when they had been married only 7 years. Then she lived as a widow to the age of 84. She never left the temple but stayed there day and night, worshiping God with fasting and prayer. She came along just as Simeon was talking with Mary and Joseph, and she began praising God. She talked about the child to everyone who had been waiting expectantly for God to rescue Jerusalem. And Jesus' parents had fulfilled all the requirements of the law of the Lord. They returned home to Nazareth, to Galilee. There the child grew up healthy and strong. He was filled with wisdom, and God's favor was on him. Shall I stop there or keep going?
You could stop there if you want.
Okay.
Okay, there's her with the Cheerios. Okay, so let's pray. And we'll watch that, and I'll tell you what else has gone on today. And anything else, okay?
Yep.
I'm just barely, I don't know, my sinuses are acting up like you wouldn't believe. I've sneezed all day. I don't understand it. I've gotten past a lot of other things, but I'm still wanting to puke constantly and go into that, and my sinuses are now going off. I do not think it's COVID. I do think that I have had a couple of really bad flus or colds or bronchial after the smoke. I do think that's some of what's going on. But today I almost got a flush. Well, I got overheated. They turned the heat on over at the ladies' thing, and I went in dressed to be cool, and then suddenly it just, I don't know. Okay.
God, thank you for the day. Thank you for the cool weather. Thank you for Kai. And all the work she does. I know how much it is. I could use some strength myself. If I could help her out. Thank you for the cats. Everybody else we know. Amen.
Amen. Here, you take this, and you can probably, I'll tell Norma that you were thrilled at some point. I told her I was going to give it to you tonight, and I didn't bring it in. It's in the car.
What?
And you have one of the little square blankets. I probably should give, she said something other. I said, I know I said money. I said I never bought to bring it. She says, anything that comes in as donation, we'll just buy more yarn. They took the 2 boxes and then to Stalo.
Good.
Which I could have cried. She says, yes, I'm right there. Or that she called, and I don't know who's the director, if it's still the one I know. And they said, yes, we would be thrilled. And they've had a request for a few shawls. And they make a few shawls. I said, this is just, wow. Like, it
That's
is wow.
fantastic.
I went and after, and she handed me one for you. She said, I got 3. And I picked one that didn't have whites in it, per se. I said, he said, Guy, watch what happens. The coffee's all over it. If there is a dribble, it won't show. And as I'm sitting there, I thought, wait a minute. I want to take Rennie one. So I went over and I said, well, I told her about it. I said, you love her out to pieces. I don't know if she can get here in the morning. She's going to be going out to the Anglican church. She's an old school Anglican. She's my Métis elder. And she just went, no more. And I said, well, I don't know why I'm telling you all this. She said, do you want to take her one? Well, yeah. So I took that over today, and Rennie is just tickled. I think she was thrilled. Because they are lightweight and small enough to fold up to fit in your bag. That's the thing. And they are enough, if you folded them in 4, they would keep your lap warm, or you could wrap your hands in them, or just a little on your shoulders, or something. Okay?
Okay.
So they wouldn't keep you warm if you were outside, but when you're sitting someplace and you're getting chilled, like your knees, and that's what I said to Norma. We were out to the diocese to a house pool raising. Not the diocese, the All Saints. And even with the heat on, it was cold. Like, I felt chilled. And Tim is, he had wanted to wear 2 pairs of sweatpants. So he never took his coat off, and he was having a hard time of it. So, but anyway, so I'm quite tickled with that they went to Stalo, and I'm not sure where I want to go with that. I would like to see if I'm going to talk to Norma. And can we approach Stalo? Can we come and do a small fellowship in language and whatever? And she looked at me. I said, I think there's enough church people still there. Like, they are indigenous, and they're not, it's not like the way you or here might think of it, but they are still devout. And so, that's kind of, whatever, anyway. I thanked Kevin for helping, and that thing was greased with some kind of plum or something. That's what's on that. It has a sticky to it. That's why it didn't want to come off. Because it's never been like that before. So I'm not sure how to clean that per se. I'm not sure if it will set up, which will really screw life up. I haven't tried to clean it yet. I thought gasoline would probably be the best thing to take to it. And I should have done it today, and I never thought to. Well, something. I don't know. It was supposed to make it go on easier. You had a terrible time getting it on. And yet I didn't think it did. I thought it was even worse going on and coming off. let's get this going, and you can lay down, and I would like you to do your finger, okay? Or whatever you do with it. I don't know.
Now, you have got an apple that has to be eaten there.
Yep.
There are 3 meals too then. There is a pot pie. If you ate your big meal, you could eat a pot pie for lunch and one of the other dinners frozen for supper.
Right.
And eat the apple tonight, okay, with that. And
Lead pastor here, and excited to be able to share with you on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all you mums out there. You know, Abraham Lincoln had a real cool quote. He said, "All that I am or ever hope for or hope to be, I owe to my kids." Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Happy Mother's Day, Charmaine, my beautiful wife, all the rest of you as well.
go put that knife away. Go put that knife away. Go put that knife away.
I would like this back afterwards. Okay?
Back up. An easier night. No. My grandmother and aunties were High Church of England.
Well, what do you think Anglican is?
Well, yeah, well. They called it High Church of England before there was the real kickover, and they still stayed. Some of them did not.
Okay, having said that, we got lots to update you on, and I will update you soon, okay?
Eight days later, when the baby was circumcised, he was named Jesus, the name given him by the angel even before he was conceived. And it was time for their purification offering, as required by the law of Moses, after the birth of a child to his parents. So his parents took him to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord. The law of the Lord says, if a woman's first child is a boy, he must be dedicated to the Lord. So they offered the sacrifice required the law of the Lord. Either a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. Wait a minute, we read this.
We have read that. That's fine. Read it again and let's just get on with it, okay? I'm tired, alright?
At that time there was a man in Jerusalem named Simeon. He was righteous and devout, was eagerly waiting for the Messiah to come and rescue Israel.
Let's stop right there. So, you're going to figure out where we go tomorrow, eventually, and we're going to pray right now, okay? Because I'm overwhelmed. Right?
Thank you for the day. Thank you for no really bad shit happening.
Well, lots of bad shit happened.
Thank you for Kyle and the cats.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Okay. So, I've talked to Rennie,
Yeah,
and I don't know what all you heard, maybe lots.
a lot of it.
Okay. I met with this Justin dude. He's a card-carrying Nation. He has
Okay.
no tie-ins, and I said, you know, I'm really pushing it. I'm stepping outside of boundaries. But I said, maybe his wife wants to come out to because I'm taking Rennie. I said, you know, I'm really pushing it. I will apologize to Sharon. But he's quite tickled and thinks he's going to be at drumming with the two kids and her. I will tell you that he actually met with me to see what I know about LeVeism, ceremonial magic, Golden Dawn, and Thelema. Kind of weird when you think about it. And I said, but you said you had Métis tie-ins. I never asked to see the card. If he tells me he's card carrying Métis, I'm going to have to trust him, okay?
Yeah.
And I told him, you know, maybe there's a reason why you're here right now. Maybe you need to find out who you are, as opposed to... See, you're nodding. He's 30, barely 30-something, 30 and a little bit, teeny bit. And I told him he wasn't a kook, he liked that. I said, we get a lot of stuff on messages yet from kooks, for lack of better kooks.
Right.
You just struck me as a nice, I'm doing an auntie thing. He didn't. I said, you may never talk to me again when I'm done talking to you. A nice young man who really needs to center himself. I have shared middle pillar exercises with him. I have shared Jacobson relaxation techniques with him. I have done a lot of pagan-y pseudo shit with him. But mostly I said, come to drumming. And what got me the most was, I said, have your kids? And he's got two very young children. He says, no, they don't have drums. I said, I'm building them for Saturday. What? Go to Stallo and get the kids. Like this is overwhelming to me already.
So he looks native?
No, he looks white, which would be Métis. When I talked to Rennie, I said, what do you make of the last name? She said, it has a French overtone.
What's the last name?
He told me that two relatives were involved, instrumental, in getting Chilliwack Métis House going. I'm assuming he's not lying to me. Rennie did not recognize the names, but she's tied in right there. And I said, wow, all I know is I don't know where he's been. Well, I do know where he's been. He was in corrections for 4 to 5 years. Went through a red kind of alert experience, meaning he was attacked and helped. He said, no, he said, I thought I was going to die. He is now with PTSD and probably been either a pensioned off or something.
Probably pensioned off.
Okay, something. So it's been a long walk, and he has been interested in the pagan community. He said, before that. So he's explored a bunch of little other stuff, mostly online. As I told you, he got involved with groups towards Vancouver. He said, I didn't know what to make of them. Well, it's okay. I'm not going to badmouth them. These may not be the people you want to be involved with. And I'm going to tell you what, he learned a lot about me. If he was listening, he knows my life history. You know, my co-high priestess said there's nothing like the pagan community to attract flakes. And that is what Jess said. And wow, is she right. And I just kept coming back to the thing of, I did a couple exercises with him, which I would do with anybody. I said, you know, this is the stuff I did when I worked with sex offenders. And they just went, wow. When he got done, he's familiar enough with centering meditation because his gestures, I said, you can close your eyes, you can just listen to me, I'm just going to put my head down and talk. And his behavior struck that he has got a magical tradition. Okay, that's my sense. So I don't know if I do. I've got a something tradition. And make a long story short, he thanked me greatly. I sent him the exercise in PDF. I said, I got it listed as 2014 anyway. This was a rewrite we did for a Sabbath or something, or I did. And I sent him links to Chilliwack Métis and to this and this and that, and I'm assuming we will see him on Saturday. If he's not there, I will call. Say, is everything okay? So we'll just kind of whatever, and make a long story short, I told Rennie the whole story, and she said, oh, I said, I hope I didn't overstep my bounds. Well, no, his wife is not 80. I said, well, you know, it's a foot in the door, my friend. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't, what do I do? I'm not a member there, but I am an associative member, which gives me a little bit of something or authority to say, well, let's get you into the community. And I don't know who all's in charge out here, but when Louis would have patted me on the head and went, I'm a good settler, Louis. Yep. Or something like that would have been the joke.
Yeah.
Okay? So let's go and open that, and then we'll watch this, and we'll do something else. And I don't feel very well, Tim, right now. That's my bottom line. I could have stayed in bed all day. We're having a talk about DNA.
Yeah.
You look like my grandpa.
There's Lady Grey.
You look like you could be his brother or his cousin.
He was Mexican too.
Oh, yeah. He was about as Mexican as any dark Irish could be.
Okay.
And you look like Charlie.
Get God's message, we won't miss out. Quite the opposite.
I found that really weird in my own travels.
If we seek first,
If your hair was black, that was one thing with Charlie. His hair stayed black until he was 80 something. It was bizarre. He had no gray. He was blacker than black. But he was a, can I say little man like you? His build was like yours. He had a nose like yours. Wow, eh?
Yeah.
So what we're dealing with now is dark Irish, which is the equivalent of indigenous peoples in Ireland who were also sent away. So I don't know where we're going with that. You were never Mexican, and your daddy was somebody, but the odds are your daddy was a displaced person.
And that's why we lean into God's
or his daddy was.
Last name of Berg.
I don't care, Berg or otherwise. We're not going there with that. The Irish were displaced. England took Ireland and displaced them. And they sent them away. They are as much a abused indigenous peoples as anybody.
Verse 3 says, "Here."
So it's really weird that you're here and we're doing whatever and we're just kind of exploring. And I don't know if I'm inventing or postulating. That's better. Postulating. Is that a good word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's talk about instruction.
I postulate a lot because I know who I am. I am my father's daughter. My lineage can be traced back to the Isle of Skye on the paternal line. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
I've got a history. I grew up with that. I have a history. I am a Thompson of the Stuart clan and the Royal Stuarts and you know, Bonnie Prince Stuart. And, like, I got the whole thing in the Orange Lodge and I got all that shit.
We want people to bless.
But I got something else too.
How much we've blessed. And we are even willing, many of us are
and what's strange is with my mom,
others, those coming
I haven't really gotten there with that yet.
More than we've received, experienced more than we've experienced.
But McVoy, oddly enough, is dark Irish.
Okay.
But with God, you don't have to do it.
And McVoy was also displaced.
In the right person, in the right place.
So my mom's paternal line is displaced indigenous people.
And I mentioned before
Wow.
that with every promise.
So all I can come up with, and I had this talk with Rennie. I said, you know, I don't know if you get all this. She says, oh yes, and she is a historian of sorts. She says, I understand. I said, you know, it's why Louis tapped his finger and said, no, I think you do what you do because it's in you.
What's the other P that we try to avoid?
I love Louis to pieces. I don't know if he knew he was talking prophecy, but the bottom line is so why am I doing this now? Because there's a matey boy out there who don't even know a damn song or a jig and wanted to talk to me about Golden Dawn. Go figure. Rennie giggled. Well, my daughter's a witch. Well, yeah, I know. So why are we talking about that?
Where was I? Here, oh Israel.
I'm
Again,
surprised.
listen, the Lord your God.
Well, that stuff comes back to quasi-haunt me.
Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your
Weird,
soul,
huh?
with all your strength.
Maybe it's a good thing.
These
Wait till I
commandments
tell them
I
at the
give you
ladies'
today to
circle that I'm a
beware
witch. Can you see them?
No.
This is important, and I'm going to.
I can think of a good half a dozen that will not know what to do or say to me or never speak to me again.
Love others.
I can
Calls us to love our enemies.
think of another bunch that will say,
But someone said,
oh, not good. Oh well,
you don't have to let them in.
wait till the end and let God sort them out. Well, it does perplex me, doesn't it? Why would I do that?
Because Proverbs.
Like, why would I do that? I have the feeling that the one over on Spadina is free at the Armory, and I thought of stopping there.
Bless your past.
Alright, there's Gunnar wants his toes warm. Yeah, you want your toes warm. I can't believe that. And then parking to boot. I could see, I don't know, it's out at Heritage Park, but this is for a whole bunch of vendors and whatnot who will, and the Vintage Barn puts it on, but that's a horrendous kicker. So that, as well as what they're taking, is from their vendors.
Let's praise him together now. Sing it out.
Like that's unbelievable.
Anywhere from $10 to $20 per table.
Probably more.
Timmy's, and then coming home and doing whatever else we think we're going to do.
And they're supposed to have 2 barns of them.
So if we do devotions now, that would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Perplexes me. I can't believe that. I thought it started earlier, and I looked at it, and then it was read more, and it's like $7 and $10. Like, excuse me? So, you know, do devotions, maybe watch one of the victories, and it's pouring like a dog out there. It's
I
unbelievable.
noticed.
It is really that unreal. So, you know, maybe we should be staying in. I don't know. But right now I went and put my boots back on just in case, okay?
Yep.
Hold on, I'm doing this. Okay, go ahead.
Every year, Jesus' parents went to Jerusalem to the Passover festival. When Jesus was 12 years old, they attended the festival as usual. After the celebration was over, they started home to Nazareth, but Jesus stayed behind in Jerusalem. His parents didn't miss him at first because they assumed he was among the other travelers. When he didn't show up that evening, they started looking for him among the relatives and friends. When they couldn't find him, they went back to Jerusalem to search for him there. 3 days later, they finally discovered him in the temple, sitting among the religious teachers, listening to them and asking questions. All who heard him were amazed at his understanding and his answers. His parents didn't know what to think. Son, his mother said to him, "Why have you done this to us? Your father and I have been frantically searching for you everywhere." "But why did you need to search?" he asked. "Didn't you know that I must be on my father's house?" But they didn't understand what he meant. Then he returned to Nazareth with them, and was obedient to them. And his mother stored all these things in her heart. Jesus grew in wisdom and in stature, and in favor with God and all the people. It was now the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius, the Roman emperor. Pontius Pilate was governor over Judea. Herod Antipas was ruler over Galilee, and his brother Philip was ruler over Iturea and Trachonitis. Lysanias was ruler over Abilene. Hanan and Caiaphas were the high priests. At this time a message from God came to John, son of Zechariah, who was living in the wilderness. Then John went from place to place on both sides of the Jordan River, preaching that people should be baptized to show that they had repented of their sins and turned to God to be forgiven.
We can stop there if you want.
Isaiah has spoken of John when he said, "Oh, thank you for another day. Thank you for Kai.
Much as it is.
Thank you for the rain that we need, even if it is a bit much. Thank you for everything. Amen."
Amen. So if you want to play a victory one and maybe bring me a glass of water, or you could lay, if you've eaten, you can lay down a bit, and we'll see where we get after that. I don't drink any wine because I may be driving, but that would be about 5 o'clock we would go out, and I would have time to stop at the Spadina Market and then on to the other, or something. That stuff could go with us tomorrow then, okay? Is what we'll do with it, and decide that will go the distance. And
Excited for Fall
not
Fest,
too loud, okay?
and this is one of our largest events of the year. So I'm just so happy that there's already food trucks outside, and the kids are having an
We
absolute
watched
blast.
this
There's
one,
laser
Tim.
tag and
We
bouncy
watched
castle,
this.
face painting,
Twice we've
balloon
watched
animals,
this.
Okay.
all of it, and they're having just a blast over on the other side. But before we start, I want to just shout out to our online.
I'm wearing my boots to go figure, right? That's what I'm wearing. Just turn it down a little bit, okay? It's kind of cool. And then I can hear you.
Song, produced a song, and now you get to view it very soon here. So I hope you'll stand up wherever you are at home, and if you can't stand up and you're driving, stand up on the inside.
Turn the big light
but let's
out.
put focus where focus should go, because where focus goes, energy flows. So let's have some fun today.
And if you pull your bed over a little bit, that's a good idea too, right? Pull your bed spread up a bit. Well, that's a good place to lose that stuff, Tim. Oh, darn it all. There. Hi, Lady Grey. How are you doing? Well, Lady Grey came to say hello, too. Well, she's a good girl. Yes, she is. She's a good girl. She's waiting till you get your pats. And then it's her turn. Yes, then it's her turn. Yeah. Oh, it's your turn. It's your turn. Then it's your turn. It's Mew's turn, and then it's Lady Grey's turn. Yeah. Well, Lady Grey, you could just jump up here too, but you don't. So we go with that. We know that you are just, you know all sorts of protocol. She's a good girl, Mew. I know why you like her. You say she's the niece I never had. No kidding. Let's do your picture. Are you ready? Picture time. Oh, frick you. I don't feel well. And my thought is, oh well. Don't really want to do that tomorrow, so yes, I don't.
By the way, I know that song and I could do a better job than they are.
What?
Never mind, I know that song and I could do a better job than they are. I got all sorts of things to update you on, but we're going to come and do devotions right now, okay? And Lady Grey is such a nice girl. You're not even over here, but you can hear me on tape anyway. I got the tape right. So Mew comes over, and Lady Grey follows behind her, and Mew comes up and does her pats, and Lady Grey sits here like a lady in waiting, crouched, waiting to be patted. There you are. I know. I'm talking about you. Oh, oops, it's Mew. Can I get patted? I can get rubbed too. Yes. You can. Did you see this? You see what I mean? Oh, she's a cool girl. No, Gunner will come out and watch and say, "Oh, can I get maybe touched?" Yeah. I don't know why I put up with you, only because you do that, or we'd send you away. I told her that too. You know, I had a talk with that cat one night here, and I said, "Oh yes, Gunner, I've had that talk with you too." And Gunner's real hesitant on it. But I said to Lady Grey, if you could not bring your ass over here, you're out of here. Like, I don't care what you think of what goes on here. I am the one you have got to at least address. And Mew jumped up, looked at me, looked at her, and I think Mew said, "Yup." So if Mew is my regent or the auntie, actually Mew is in charge. But Mew recognizes that I'm the sponsor or something. There's some kind of weird relationship we got. So let's do devotions, and then I'll tell you all about anything I got caught up with Angela and a few other people, okay?
Yeah.
I don't feel well, Tim. I vomited twice. And I
Well, at least tonight you get an extra hour's sleep.
I will talk about it, what else we're going to do. Yeah, because it changed all sorts of whatever. And I don't know why I feel like I do, but I just feel like it. I think a lot of it has to do with lack of sleep. You want to go get my glass of wine? I mean, I could use a glass of wine. You know how, like, he says, get your coffee first? Well, get me a glass of wine and we'll listen to this. Thank you. Hold on. We need a picture of this. Because I posted on Facebook and everybody thinks it's Starbucks. Isn't that great? Hold on. Wait. Smile. Yeah, everybody thinks it's Starbucks. Or something. I don't know. Thank you. Now I'm going to sit here and try to mellow out. Or whatever. I don't think I should eat anything today. That's what I don't think. You need to eat something this.
No, I don't.
What have you done with the stuff? Did you set it up?
Yes.
Well, then it's breakfast, okay? And you have to eat it when I get you up. Whether we're going out or not, you have to do that. The sandwiches would keep for tomorrow, but I actually don't think I should be. Not after vomiting twice. I don't know what to do. Let's do that, okay? No, not vomit, but emotions.
It was now the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius, the Roman emperor. Pontius Pilate was governor over Judea. Herod Antipas was ruler over Galilee. His brother Philip was ruler over Iturea and Trachonitis. Xanthias was ruler over Abilene. I read that last night.
That's fine. Read it together. Let's just get on with it, okay?
Isaiah had spoken of John when he said, "He is a voice shouting in the wilderness, prepare the way for the Lord's coming. Clear the road for him. Valleys will be filled, and the mountains and hills made level. The curves will be straightened, and the rough patches made smooth. And then all people will see the salvation sent from God. When the crowds came to John for baptism.
I'm going to interrupt you. Here's Mew. Mew kissed her in the ear. I was rubbing Mew. Lady Grey comes over. You kissed her and said it's okay. And Gunner's sitting over there watching. Okay, now I'm going to clean my paws. Yes, I know Mew. It is. It's priceless. And then there's Lady Grey. I'm going to come up here. Aww. That's cool. It is cool, isn't it? For all that she dumps stuff down to him, I do like that cat.
She said how many of the Cheerios you guys got into today.
What did they do?
The bag was on the floor, pulled out of the box.
Was it really?
There was Cheerios all over the place.
What'd you do, pick them up and throw them in it?
Yeah.
You little turd. I know who it was. It would have been her. She's the one who likes them. Oh, she's a little turd, you.
What a mess.
Yeah, well, I bought a kitty litter that is not the same as it used to be. Now I have a mess that is ongoing upstairs. It's like sand all over the place. It's all in her fur. I don't know, I've got to change the kitty litter. Meaning I'm probably going to install clay. Take this out, and I don't know what to do with it. I really don't. I don't know if I put clay in with it, if it would help it. It may probably make it worse. So I have 2 boxes of this shit that are both open that I don't know what we're going to do with. And it is like it's like sand. So you can imagine what my floor looks like. Well, imagine dumping 2 cups of sand around. No, you can't, can you? Well, that's what I'm talking about. You're not going to make another mess. And if she kicks it, it's out of the litter box. It's fucking everywhere. Okay, let's read another few verses and pray, okay? Because I have my own version of what we should do tomorrow.
When the crowds came to John for baptism, he said, you brood of snakes, who warned you to do God's coming? Who warned you to flee God's coming wrath? Prove by the way you live, you have repented of your sins.
Yes, that's the Cheerios, you turd ass.
Don't just say to each other, Abraham, who says we are descendants of Abraham. That means nothing. For I tell you now, God can create children. God's judgment is poised, ready to sever the roots of the trees. Yes, every tree that does not produce good fruit will be chopped down and thrown into the fire. The crowds asked, what do we do? John replied, if you have 2 shirts, give one to the poor. If you have food, share it with those who are hungry. Even corrupt tax collectors came to be baptized and asked, Teacher, what should we do? He replied, collect no more taxes than the government requires.
Let's stop there, okay? Because I'm going to get you to go over and carefully bring me a piece of paper so I can give the cats something to amuse themselves. And I would stand up, and I'm not going to tell you that I want to vomit and I'm dizzy. It's not cool, Tim. And I got in, and I managed to get the driveway quasi-organized. It's not bad. We could tolerate it. I can open the door if there's a breeze, and it isn't... I swept them out of the garage today, because it comes under the door. And it comes under the door at the back. So I got a half a bucket out there of what came out of the garage. That's kind of cool, isn't it? Or maybe it's not. And I tidied up Kevin's side so that it doesn't track him as bad.
And I did through this area because it's so bad that when I open the door it comes in. What's that? Is that... Oh, we have toys. You have toys. What is your problem? You want more toys for Christmas and you have toys. You have toys. Here, take pictures. Look. They have toys and they want more toys for Christmas. What do I do with these bunch? And you dumped the Cheerios? You did? How? And I know who did it. It was Lady Grey. Don't tell me it was somebody else. It wasn't you. She don't eat them. And Gunnar didn't do it, but I think I do know who did. Or they've fallen over and it's just become a game. They like the littler ones better because they can pick them up with their paws and they bounce. Oh, look at the faces. Oh, wow. Look at Lady Grey going, well, don't I get my nose bumped? I want my nose bumped. Oh, 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 bump, bump. Go get it. You twits. They are such twits. See, another noise and it's another toy, isn't it?
Nope.
We'll shoot over here. Oh, she's so excited. Shoot over here for a minute. And shoot a picture at me and Muse going, why do they do this? Do they think they're cats or something? Yes, Mew, they think they're cats. They don't know yet. Look at the heads. Woo, 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 woo. Pew! Okay, so let's give me that, and you do devotions. And we'll talk about anything else. Or I'll just update you because it's fun. I'm glad you're alive, so I got somebody to tell all this stuff to.
God, thank you for the day. Thank you for getting us there and back. It was a good day. Saw people we haven't seen in a long time. Thank you for the whole day.
Amen.
And for Kai getting us up and back.
Oh, no, that was not just me. Okay. Amen. So, not only did I call Mei Ling, who tells me that, I don't know what she tells me, the things she tells me, I sometimes wonder, I listen to a whole discussion on vacuums, which seems less relevant than the fact that Hydro's power maps are meaningless.
What?
She said, well, it's just because people are talking on Facebook and they haven't reported it. Oh, well, I think they have. Most of Chihuahua is out of power.
Still.
Some has been restored. Good portions of Hope are out of power. Why do I know this? Because I believe these people. I don't think they're making it up. Xi'an has got emergency tree services in because good portions and most of the reserve have been without power. That update was today, this afternoon. I am not meeting with my mentor tomorrow because Alice is without power. I want you to notice something here, because this is the talk I eventually had with Angela. Isn't it odd that those are all First Nations territories?
Yeah. What's up?
There are some portions of Skowlitz, because that's where Dave's from, that are, guess what? Without power.
Right.
Hydro's power map does not show any of that. None of it. And if we're talking about even ALS, we're talking 200 and 300 or 400 people.
Yeah.
You know what we're talking in Xi'an.
Yeah.
It's odd, isn't it? Hydro's power map does reflect a half a dozen people in Greendale and a little bit through Chilliwack. It does not reflect Chilliwack River Road.
Really?
That's the Malloways. Andy Lane, right?
Yeah.
I've seen the pictures of the trees down and all the power lines down because she posted them.
That won't be just through Malloways. That will also be the few settler people in there. Hydro does not reflect any of it. It's interesting, isn't it? So on that colonial note, I said to Angela, because I finally called her, and I'll get to the first part of the story. It's easier to start at the back and work backwards. And said, no, I thought of you, and I was going to call you, and then I didn't, and then I tried sending a message through to Eddie, and he didn't answer his phone, and then I thought, wait a minute, this is my witchy sort of Irish sister, I better say, belated Samhain. And she said, I was going to call you. You get the idea, okay. And they have not lost power, thankfully. And I said, and we were out at drumming, and we were also at the Reach, and this brilliant artist, and I could tell you who she is, but I can't think, and I have to send you the link or look it up. She's just brilliant. She's got some incredible work on deconstruction of colonialism. And she's a big name through Manitoba and Ontario. And 2 curators are there with us. And she said, really? She's quite interested. I said, yeah. And on top of all of that, she's in our age group. And she does a settler colonial, she doesn't self-identify with anything, perspective on dismantling the colonial system of settler colonialism in Canada. But she does it with a Jewish take, and not once did she mention Palestine. I'm not going to tell you the laughs in the background. So, I might not be fully wrong on this. This is odd. And I said, not once. And the only reason that I really went, yes, and that's because, Tim, at the end, like when they were doing whatever, some guy is talking to her, talking about whatever, and she said, and apparently he's Jewish too, and she said, yes, I know, it's really hard to even bring up or talk about the Palestine issue. How do you fit it in? And I'm hearing her talking to him, like he's her, a brother in tribe, and I'm thinking, see, something didn't feel all that right today. I couldn't really place it. Well, you know what? Listening to Frank roar and going, oh yeah, ha ha ha, I thought, yes. So I said to Angela, I said, well, this is your white witchy friend who thinks she knows it all. On that note, I asked her about the song today. She has no teachings on it. Frank has no teachings. The only time they've ever heard it was at Fort Langley about 2 or 3 years ago. I'm not done. And I said, well, it just, only because of what went on at the Reach is what kind of crystallized all this. Because I told her I wasn't dissing, who, our leader. I said, she's wonderful. But after lectures to the drum circle and new people there that you have to have protocol, she then tells us that we're going to practice this song. She's learned it basically on YouTube, and she has no info on it. Now, I might be pulling at straws, and maybe I am, but Angela said, there are things that doesn't really make sense, does it? I have also sent messages to 6 people that are up that way. They are Lillooet, Statmia. You get the idea. Robert, who is a grizzly bear dancer, said, I don't even know the song. And I said in the link, he said, I don't know it. Now that's odd. Already that's odd. Because Robert does dancing and drumming and works with a group. I said, really? This is the link. I know it. So that one sits, I told Angela, I said, do you know Robert? She says, well, I think so. I said, well, blah, blah, blah. I had this great hat on, such a, oh! Well, she does remember somebody bear dancing, okay? And I said, it's odd when he says he doesn't know it. So, I don't know. It's great. I would go and learn the song. I need the so-called copyright. Where did it come from? Whose is it? Or is it even legitimate? Because I'll be darned if I'm going to start learning something, go out and babble it, and Okay, you see where we're talking about proper teachings? So, at least Angela agreed with me, and I said, well, I don't know if Frank hears anything. She said, don't worry, he's listening and nodding. So I take it my Cree elder is telling me I'm thinking. If I'm doing nothing else, I'm thinking, okay? It's been an odd day. So I'm going to talk to you off camera on some other stuff, and it's about... Angela says to me, she says, I hear you were in church. Yeah, they let witches all into all sorts of places. Well, you weren't there. Well, and I don't know what they were doing. They were doing something. She says, yeah. She says it was on, and Carol sent her, or Carol called her. I think Carol has her phone number. Whatever, because Angela's not on Facebook. What? What? Good stuff. Trust me, it's all stuff. Well, that's another reason I thought just screw it. We have a time change. You've had rains, high winds. It's not, Tim, like I don't have my own damages here to work with, okay? I already told you I worked through a garbage can of leaves. And half of them came out of from behind my truck, inside. That's what I did tonight. Okay? I have not gone out and even looked in the front yard yet. I don't know. I just decided I didn't want to. And last night, I went out when I was up here, and I went out later and re-secured whatever. The fact that we never lost power last night is pretty cool. We could still lose power tonight because Hydro is working on fuck knows what. Or not. And I don't know if I'm going to deal with Ange. And I don't know this and I don't know that. But you know what? I don't think Tammy's living this where she is. Where Owen Sound isn't ran this way. Well, I don't think it's being ran like this.
Here's the thing. If you're here today,
Daphne has sent her best repeatedly. I'm talking to Daphne regularly on
And your
Facebook.
mess, man.
How's she doing?
Because God wants to.
There's a lot of
to
snow
use
and
you
it's
in
not
the
pretty.
midst of your mess. In Romans it said that while we were still sinners, Christ died.
Longer than you.
You see, God's not.
And she's in,
But
you better look at northern Manitoba.
And
I'm
my
sorry,
prayer
I
right now,
don't like mid to northern Manitoba. I thought they were pretty cool. Oh yeah, pretty, lots of fun, huh?
if there's
I
something in
prefer
your
the
heart
one that Thor
you've been
won.
trying to escape from it,
That's who you wanted to be. It's
Always.
strange that you said Mercury.
Why?
Because that's essentially your God form.
Good.
Yes. Oh,
Well,
isn't that weird?
yes.
Yeah. You always wanted to be Thor, huh?
Yeah.
I asked you to give me a God form. I didn't want you to talk to me about you, okay, friend?
Yeah.
Well. Anyway. Moving right along. Do you want to play this game again now?
I don't know enough of the old gods.
That's pretty wild, you would say Mercury. All things.
What?
Never mind. Pretty odd. Pick a letter.
R.
R. Well, I'll have to work with that one.
Don't just stand there looking idle. There's
I'll have to look further because what I come up with is a rune on that. That's what it hits.
And the meaning of the rune?
What?
What rune?
Well, that's beside the point, but I will look into that. It's kind of like R. Okay. We'll work with that thought. Wow. I gotta find the soundtrack to this show. It would have been good, Tim, if you had mentioned that this was really cool up here to me, and you did not.
What?
You could have mentioned that this was cool in here, and you did not. Okay? That would have been a good idea, right? Hi, guys.
He is a voice shouting in the wilderness. Prepare the way for the Lord's coming. Clear the road for him. The valleys will be filled and the mountains and hills made level. The curves will be straightened and the rough places made smooth. And then all people will see the salvation sent from God. When the crowds came to John for baptism, he said, "You brood of snakes, who warned you to flee God's coming wrath? Prove by the way you live that you have repented of your sins and turned to God. Don't just say to each other, 'We're safe, we are descendants of Abraham.' That means nothing. I tell you, God can create children of Abraham from these very stones. Even now, the axe of God's judgment is poised ready to sever roots of the trees. Yes, every tree that does not produce good fruit will be chopped down and thrown into the fire." And the crowds asked, "What should we do?" John replied, If you have 2 shirts, give one to the poor. If you have food, share it with those who are hungry." Even corrupt tax collectors came to be baptized and asked, "Teacher, what should we do?" He replied, "Collect no more taxes than the government requires." "What should we do?" asked some soldiers. John replied, "Don't extort money or make false accusations, and be content with your pay."
Let's stop there and pray. We're going to take this thing out today, I think, okay? We're going to take this down. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it.
I don't know either.
Well, I have to go find the drill and hope to God that I've got a bit for it. Let's pray, okay?
God, thank you for the day. Thank you for Kai. Thank you for the things she
Okay,
does.
we're talking about
Many things
whatever.
I don't see.
You had a, what?
Thank you for everything, God.
You had a vision.
Hang on.
Well, that's because you have oxygen deprivation, but that's beside.
It's a long one, too. It concerned you and Matt and some black guy. 300 people. And we're watching him on stage
When did this happen?
months ago. We were watching him on stage.
This is what you're talking about went on in the hospital. You insisted to me that I was dating a black guy.
I've come to the realization that it's the real Matt. The one we don't see.
Is the black guy?
No.
You're really losing me here. Tim, let's just start with this before, because you obviously know this vision, okay?
Yeah.
When we were in the hospital, you insisted that I was dating a black guy. You even insisted that I was having an affair with Tim, he wasn't a care aide. And he wasn't just a nurse, he was higher than a nurse. Whoever he was. And he was from Haiti or whatnot, and he was incredible. He was the only one there that knew anything. That's because he was trained elsewhere than Canada. But you insisted it repeatedly. Now, is this anything to do with all that?
part of it, and that was the start of it, and he was on a stage. I thought it was Victory Church, but now I'm not sure. But he changed. And started swearing and talking about polygamy, or polygamy.
Polygamy.
And it was good for his family. And then we walked out of the back of the church to his house, which seemed to be right next door.
When did this vision take place?
It was between the time I left the hospital and the time I got home. Or it was just before the hospital.
This is somewhere that this has happened when you were not well. Okay, that's all I want to know. Okay.
And there was 300 people in his house. And there were little rooms everywhere. And he was holding court and growing glass figurines that looked like stick figures almost, but were alive.
Yeah, you told me about something like that. Okay, some of this sounds vaguely familiar because it's some of the things that you talked about in the hospital.
Then we moved to the back of his house. It was an auditorium.
Just wait, I'm going to set this so I don't have to hold on to it, okay? Because my nails are wet and I'm not, are you on there? Well, sort of. Is that you? Okay, I can see you. Okay, go ahead.
And you were there.
And I was there.
And you were snowed up with some black guy.
Yeah, there's the famous black dude.
Yep. And then we had some sort of a discussion. I can't remember what was said. And I left there. I went somewhere else and stretched out. And this is where I think it was part of the hospital. I was in a bed. And same black guy came in. Started talking to me. I thought he was going to hire me for a job. You came in and asked what was going on. And he didn't hire me. He never did say what was up with that. And he left and you left. And I got up and wandered through the house again and talked to the little creatures.
Those are the shining angels. You mentioned those. You called them, you referred to them as angels. That there had been angels. Okay.
After that, the dream just kind of fades out.
Okay. It's possible that this is just what went on with you because of oxygen deprivation. In and about the time that you had told me that was one of the nights that you were, and I'm just going to do the devil's advocate for a moment, okay? They had got the mask on you. That night we watched a lot of Victory Church. You also insisted that there might be cops because that machine made kooky noises and had a flashing red light. He went by Timmy. He was your nurse. Was in and out of there a lot and mostly ignored me because he had come in and decided I wasn't there. Remember, I don't know if you were cognizant of that, because I was there with a bag and sat down and had brought you something, and he went, are you staying? And I went, yeah. And he said, well, hospital gate started the whole thing, he quoted it all, and I just looked at him and I said, he's not going to wear that if I'm not here. Now what do we do? Because he won't be intubated again. And he just sort of started to fuss with you. And he said, well, don't stay too long or something. It was like really bizarre. He said, I'm going to pull the curtains so it's quieter too. Because the door had to be open.
Right.
And then when he came back somewhere later. It wasn't that much longer. I don't know. It was a long night. And he said, oh, and Jim might need another pillow and a blanket. And he handed them to me. And I just sort of went. And I was there that night. And in the morning when he came in, it was like by this time I'm like,
Yeah.
And I came to, and he said, "Oh," he says, "you're here early today." And I went, "Yeah." Now see, it's also possible, I suspect that they did not have you on camera. If they did,
They don't.
they don't. But they may have you on audio in there. Or something, or he may have adjusted it. Because there is security all through that hospital. It's terrifying stuff. And I said, "Yeah." And then he real quietly said, "We've got to do this again. Don't mention anything." And I said, "I know nothing. I don't even know where I got this pillow from. I think I borrowed it from that bed." And he just grinned. That boy was incredible, Tim. That was one of the angels. That's the story. That's the devil's advocate. And you did see a lot of Matt. I also listened to something that night that I wish I could find. It kicked over off of Victory Church on YouTube. And whoever was preaching was a black man. It was incredible. Okay? So maybe that's what you're seeing. But I appreciate you sharing all of this. And maybe you should explain to me what your insights are into this vision. What does it tell you?
There's something dark about that.
There's something wrong here.
Yeah.
I think it's odd that you've come up with that because you are a receiver. Then I'm a witch, remember?
Yeah.
But at the same time, my mother was not officially a witch. My mother knew. My mother terrified the fuck out of Logan when we got stuck in Yale. And what my mother told me that went on was what went on. And she said, "I just woke up from a dream and this is what I saw and I didn't know what to make of it. And guess what? You know what?" And I just told Mom, I said, "You worry too much." And Logan told me the stuff before I touched base with my mother finally. And you know what? My mother saw what was going on. So, scripturally we can say that's divine knowledge. We could also say that that's just being able to read things and energies. But there have been some things that it's interesting that you say that. It is interesting.
I like the man. I think he's a decent person. There's something there that just ain't right.
Well, there's something wrong right now with the fact that there's been something wrong. And that's what I said to Mei-Ling. I said, "I'm not surprised we haven't heard back from anybody. I don't expect we will." And she says, she didn't think so either. She says, "Well, I said, it actually flies totally in the face of all sorts of stuff, including the Pentecostal tab, who responded to me. I'm not even attached to them.
Right.
When you were in hospital. I can see CMA responding.
Yeah.
St. Thomas over here responded. Rosedale Pentecostal responded. Andrew responded. People I don't even fucking know responded.
Rosedale Pentecostal.
Rosedale Pentecostal, which is en route to out there. Having said all that doesn't matter. I just started Googling Facebook, because you can't just prayer chains, churches, Fraser Valley,
and
whatever.
that's over
boom,
and above
boom, boom, boom. The
Sweat
Alliance Church,
Lodges
fuck
and
man,
back
everybody.
and everything
I,
else,
I,
okay?
I swear there were 20 churches, and that isn't to say that I think Victory did pray. I don't know how much publicly, but I do know of 4 women who stayed in touch with me repeatedly on Facebook and said, "Here's my phone number." Now, those are women. That's not at administration or church level. So, am I going on Wednesday? Yeah, I think I should honor that. Those are whatever. So if I've got to go around with Matt and had a meltdown, Mei-Ling looked at me and she said, "Well, these things happen."
Yeah.
Oh, well. So why should I feel whatever? I am upset as all get out. You want me to move the van, and I've got Tim and oxygen and Oh my God, the last time I stuck the van someplace, we ended up with him in Abbotsford and him intubated.
Yeah.
I guess that would be reasonable, and I'm sorry. I should have been more in control, but I wasn't. There's a lot on the plate, and one or two comments made to me by people here were, well, they're all tired, and, I'm not the only one. Well, you know what? Right then I was the only one.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, and you were going in to preach, but Tim is not willing to have the keys handed over for his transport vehicle. So I'm assuming that you'll back that. And I kind of know that. So, anyway.
Blows me away. Nobody from that church got a hold of us.
What, with your phone call?
Yeah.
No, nobody has replied. And the reason I will track it as well is to find out why that you are concerned, that you would like to touch base with Matt, who you think of as kind of your pastor. Maybe he's more your pastor than Andrew now. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm going to just say that and say, no, Tim has really been happy to be here. There's CMA buddies that come, and we can't always get out to Rosedale, and then there are a few mornings that we just don't go out, and so he's concerned why nobody's gotten back to him. And I will tell whoever, and I'm talking to, which will be a woman, his health's rather fragile. And by rights, I don't know, I should take it off tape at this point. Maybe I will. What else do you think of with this? Give me some more insight, please.
Somebody dropped the ball in a big way. If they can't care about their parishioners the way they say they care about the world, then there's a problem.
You put that very eloquently.
Thank you.
You did. Note.
It's true.
They hauled Bobby out of here.
So on that note,
I remember that.
wait a minute.
You know, I
You
screwed
weren't
up
here, but you remember it. They took him in. They'd already had sedated him to get him into the ambulance. I was about beside myself. I didn't know what to do because I have no ministerial at that point. It had lapsed,
Right.
which would have walked me in there.
Yeah.
End of discussion. And paramedics, I don't know. He had talked to his ex-wife. That was the problem. That's some of why I think he went down. He didn't know what to do with her. Anyway, and she was in touch with them on phone. There was just all this shit going on. And I don't even remember how I did it or what I did. I came in and I made a few phone calls. That's weird. I don't remember calling Stan Smith, but believe it or not, that's the name that comes to mind. Maybe I did call Stan. Because he was on there. Stan Smith was a chaplain out at the prisons my dad knew. But he was occasionally doing hospital. Why do I hear that name, Stan Smith? All of a sudden, I got this brilliant idea to call St. Thomas. Because I kind of knew who John was. Or I kind of knew him, okay? And I got a phone call back within minutes. Because I left a message, and I called his number, but it was busy. I got a call back in minutes. He said, yes. And I said, I'm Kai. Oh, how are you doing? And I said, not good. Bobby, who lives here, he's a big guy. Oh, I've seen him walk through. Well, they just took him out. And John said, where's he gone? And I said, he's at Chilliwack. I can't get in. My ministerial is lapsed. And John said, I'm coming right over if you like. It was bizarre. That is bizarre because I said, well, if you could get in and see him. Nope. You want in? We're going in. And on the way down or the way back, I said, I can't believe you did this. And he just looked at me and said, you are part of my parish. You do know that. Well, yeah, my grandmother was high Anglican, okay? Church of England. He said, it doesn't matter. I said, well, we don't really attend. You are my parish.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I mean when I say there have been moments. Andrew doesn't always reply to his Facebook messages, go figure. I can send him a message and it might be 3 days he gets back to it because he doesn't check Facebook. But if I've called, there's one too many moments that the Facebook message will appear. And that means he's in a meeting or whatever. He's got a lot of kooky duties. I mean, you're in the middle of a meeting or longhouse, you don't just sort of...
Well, it's like debit. David Royal.
Yeah.
That's why he's never at the classes anymore.
Because he's doing this.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you right now that I think Philip's got his hands full. His wife's home from the hospital, thank God.
Well, good. Good.
Rennie was out there on Sunday, and she said, oh, it's so good to see Sheila. And Philip was... Well, she did this with her hands. I said, oh, he wasn't right in there. Yes. He's just... But Philip's kind of like this anyway, from the looks of it. So now she's home, and oh boy, and...
Apparently he was a drinker.
That wouldn't surprise me.
He's Anglican.
No, it actually just wouldn't surprise me. But for all that Philip is a little off the wall, and he is,
yep.
I think he's got a good heart, and I wish they had not blessed the pole. I almost called him. But I'm not really a member of the parish. And they did do a dedication Anglican service around it this last week. I wish they hadn't. Energetically speaking, I feel that, that's Mayling's term, but energetically speaking, there's just something I don't think you should have. I think, just let it stand. Don't do stuff.
I can understand why they would, though.
Well, I can understand why, but we gotta follow our sense or whatever. So you think that there's something darker there?
Yeah.
Okay, darker. What do you mean by darker?
It's not all sweetness and light.
You mean that all of that, he's there fully for the people, is not for real?
That's right.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I would say he's not all sweetness and light. Then he can still be sweetness and light, but I actually do believe that he's not fully there for the people. And
He just went for how long to Cuba?
That's neither here nor there. He needs a vacation.
He's in it for the money.
He needs a vacation. But the bottom line is, Tim, it's... all of that goes further. See, Mei-Ling it was nice. She thought I was much more centered. She says, you've really done a lot of work over this. I said, no, I didn't have to. It just happened. Because yesterday was... in The Wizard of Oz, there's this horrible moment that I don't even remember in the movie, but in the book. And suddenly the mask slips. And there's... You know who the wizard is?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's like there's this strange humor and shock and actual horror. So when the mask is torn off and you say, ah, that ah, at what you're seeing isn't just because of what you're seeing. It's because you didn't see it before.
Huh.
You see how the horror?
Yeah.
So when I tell you that I have not felt like I was kicked in the gut for a long time, and I have a lot of stuff. You overwhelm me. I'm tired. I do not go around saying, I've been kicked in the gut. I was kicked in the gut. I don't know how to describe it. Physically, I felt like I had been kicked. I would say by a horse, but a horse wouldn't have kicked me. So I literally, it felt like somebody had hit right here. And it was all in here. And it was bad yesterday. He was very pleasant when he babbled about moving a vehicle. But see, what gets me about moving a vehicle was the week before they told me to park there.
Who did?
Hell if I know. We were there. Not the week before, the week before that. Because there was no place to park, and I said, well, can I get him out here? Can I leave it here? Yeah, that's fine. That was the week that Leo was there. That was the week we were taking you to dump you off with your mask.
Wow.
And Leo's bike was there. And I sort of went, okay. So now suddenly it's changed again. And it was very, very strange.
Yeah.
And Matt did not tell me that we are all tired. In fact, the one who did, I'm highly suspicious of at this point. He has been a real whatever Christian type dude. He's in our age group. But
short dark hair?
No, it's not appropriate. I can't imagine saying to anybody, well, we're all tired. Unless they were a complete flake. And I don't think I'm a complete flake. There's some people I might, the dude out there who's just ripped off my van. But I'm not a complete fake. And when I was saying that, I was carrying 2 oxygen tanks, and nobody offered to help me.
Why are you carrying 2?
Because I thought I had to move the van, so I brought 2 in case one went down. And nobody offered to help me. They just told me they're tired too.
See, there's something not quite right.
There's something not quite right with that, because ultimately, even if they are pushing in the 50s, they're still a man, and I'm sure they are taller and stronger than I am.
Yeah.
And I struggled the door open and brought them in. Now, Matt may have come in on all of this late. It may be that he doesn't fully know. Mei Ling was very good with that. She says, well, he may not have been witness to all of this. You're right.
Yeah.
All he wants to do is give me this great idea about a valet parking. Well, first of all, you're from Alberta. And these are the things
they don't know valets.
I would like to joke about that. Matt, you're from Alberta or Manitoba. You don't have ICBC there. This is a whole new ballgame.
Yeah.
We don't just hand our keys to anybody. They had at least, if they are even a total stranger, which my insurance agent... See, this is a learning curve, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can give my keys to a total stranger and have them move the vehicle. 3 or 5 years. And my vehicle, they've got a 10-year safe driver.
Yeah.
And
but they better have
nothing on their record for the last. See, right now, if I hand my keys to somebody that's connected in my household that has not been told to ICBC and something happens, they won't cover. So if I gave Kevin, now Kevin has no license, that's beside the point, or Mew. Mew is now my daughter. Okay? So Mew's my daughter.
How about that, Pumpkin?
Listen to me. Mew's here, Kevin's here, and you're here. When I do that insurance, Tim, they say, and who will be driving this?
Principal driver.
Me. And who else? Mew. Only Mew. Okay? And they write it down with the birth date and the relationship. Now that's how
I didn't know that.
Oh, surprise. Welcome to
Yeah.
BC. And guess what? When Mew isn't around and I'm not well and you have to drive me to the hospital and have the accident, they will not cover it because you were not named. And it costs me $10 for every name that I name.
Oh, good grief.
Okay, so when I said, wait a minute, this doesn't work with insurance and he said, well, that's too bad. You change your insurance. A lot of these comments were not that smart.
No.
And whether or not he's got to preach is neither here nor there. But they were really not informed comments. So he's not from BC. He's been here, about a couple of years? He really probably hasn't learned the ins and outs.
Right.
And okay, so we'll credit him with that. But anyway. Well, I don't know. If I was snuggled up to that Timmy, I bet he gives good hugs. He was such an incredible dude, Tim. God, that was incredible. Fuck. I told him he was an answer to prayer. He just went, I said, you have a spiritual path. I think that good thoughts are a good thing.
Hello, New.
Like, he was just so incredible.
Hi, New. Life sucks, doesn't it? No kidding.
Anyway, okay, so I'm going to turn this off for a moment.
Including being over at the goddamn school. Tim, you weren't out in the outdoors in this weather 3 times this morning in the dark with a flashlight. Were you?
No.
You didn't really do much of anything bringing out that air conditioner other than stand around while I didn't realize that I destroyed a $275 object. Just lots of stuff, Tim. So what are you doing now, Tim?
Waiting for the microwave, like you said.
All right. Where is the flashlight? It needs to come over here. Your phone should have been charged and should be in your pocket with your other thing. Is it?
Yes.
Okay, let's have the flashlight. The phone should probably be over here too, shouldn't it? Have you got water in this thing yet?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know, but I think it's time that you start dripping over your hose rather than me. I put your hose in the your thing in the rolly cart downstairs. That was after I tripped into it again. And I did that tonight coming upstairs. Because I was running to the next crisis. And Tim didn't know enough that he shouldn't leave fucking untied shoelaces in the middle of the floor.
Untied shoelaces?
Yeah. The fucking goddamn thing was not put in the rolly cart. The hose was across, whatever, laying in the middle of the floor with a loop-de-loop in it. But don't worry, Mommy put it in the rolly cart and tucked it to the side, which is still easy enough for you to get at. It isn't like it isn't. Now where is the house phone?
Throw it over.
Well, I don't know what you did with it, Tim. I guess you should put it someplace, and if you want me to backload you, I've got new rings on. I think it's remarkable that somehow or other it's probably my responsibility to make sure that you get to the sleep lab, that I make sure you get to Freshco on your time. At that point, Tim, you really do need to be paying me a lot more. I need to be paid for my time, too. What comes in from you is kind of covering stuff. Kevin turned his heater on 2 days ago. So I take it that that doesn't even show on the current hydro. Would you like to know what the hydro was? $700.
That's for how many months? 2 months?
That's for 2 months. Whose do you think that is?
Mine.
Yes. It's the air conditioner in that unit. It's a lot of money. I would say that right now, without those on, I would be about $200. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you just deciding that I can drive past Freshco 5 times and we aren't doing anything and we're going to go home and we don't know what we're going to do. But suddenly you decide that you're going to have to go shopping just suddenly. You've had 3 fucking days we've done this. If I'd been told about that during the day, I probably would have lost something that cost me money. Including the $15+ to buy the fucking doohickeys to try to get it out of the fucking window before the goddamn thing blew out with the wind. These are not responsible moments, are they, Tim?
Nope.
Whose non-responsible moments are they?
I guess they'd have to be mine.
I guess they are. So let's get on with the evening with whatever you think you're doing right now. Okay? Thank you. Probably good you spelt wine because it means that you had to wash the black mat hopefully properly for a change. Well, you don't. You take a damp cloth and you swirl it back and forth and hope to God it's done. It's not done. A brush would make a difference. A certain amount of sudsy water would make a difference in a brush. And as far as I'm concerned, that's basically lazy on your part. That's why you have to do it 18 times and it's still not done.
Everyone was expecting the Messiah to come soon, and they were eager to know whether John might be the Messiah. John answered their question by saying, I baptize you with water, but someone is coming soon who is greater than I am, so much greater that I'm not even worthy to be his slave, and untie the straps of his sandals. He will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and fire. He is ready to separate the chaff from the wheat with his winnowing fork. Then he will clean up the threshing area, gathering the wheat into his barn, but burning the chaff with never-ending fire. John used many such wordings as he announced the good news to the people. John also publicly criticized Herod Antipas, the ruler of Galilee, for marrying Herodias, his brother's wife, and for many other wrongs he had done. So Herod put John in prison, adding this sin to his many others. One day when the crowds were being baptized, Jesus himself was baptized. As he was praying, the heavens opened, and the Holy Spirit, in bodily form, descended on him like a dove.
There's no reason why you can't
And
stop reading.
A voice from heaven said, You are my dearly loved Son, and you bring me great joys. Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his public ministry. Jesus was known as the son of Joseph. Joseph was the son of Heli. Heli was the son of Matthat. Matthat was the son of Levi. Levi was the son of Melchi. Melchi was the son of Melchi was the son of Noah. Noah was the son of Joseph. Joseph was the son of... Do you want to go through all the sons of everybody?
No, you don't have to do that.
And Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, returned from Jordan River. He was led by the Spirit in the wilderness, where he was tempted by the devil for 40 days. Jesus ate nothing all that time and became very hungry. Then the devil said to him, "If you are the Son of God, tell this stone to become a loaf of bread." Jesus told him, "No. The scriptures say people do not live by bread alone." Then the devil took him up and revealed to him all the kingdom of the world in a moment of time.
Let's stop there, okay? That would just kind of be an idea, wouldn't it? Okay.
I thank you for the day. Thank you for
The fact that I didn't kill you? Yeah, okay, that's a good one.
Thank you for making sure I'm still alive. Thank you for Guy. I know she's having a hard time. Let's take out some of the blocks. Give her a good night.
Thank you. It's very sweet that you would pray for me. Thank you. I do appreciate that in some strange way, okay? You've got 58, you've got this to watch. And I'm about to go down there tomorrow and be a diplomat. I could have used you calling again today. I think it's remarkable we haven't heard from anybody.
Yeah.
Okay? That's really kind of odd. You did leave the phone number,
Yes.
did you not? Well, that's real interesting. So unless somebody's gone away, well, you would think somebody would call. You know...
Is there a church number we can call?
That's the only number available. With somebody who sounds like it's their private phone. So it's somebody in the church who said, well, I'll answer it. But the bottom line is I'm assuming the message has gone through. Mailing would tell me I'm pulling at straws, but I just have that feeling. And I have the feeling that somebody has made a judgment call that this is about whatever went on. And yet, ultimately, it might be about planning your funeral. Let's think about it.
Yeah.
Okay? So, I don't know what else you want to follow up, but it seems to me that I have spent 2 years giving everybody the benefit of the doubt with no judgments. And I don't think that's what's gone on that side. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Okay. This isn't the first time that I did not feel supported. There have been 2 other times. I'm on the 3rd hit.
With this church.
We're not talking about when you were dying. But as I said, I don't know if it was the church. When you were dying in the hospital, there are, like I said, 4 women who have been incredible. And tell you the truth, I didn't get a call back from pastoral staff during that hit. They did text forward and then assured me that somebody would be praying, but that they would be praying, and they called me on my cell regularly. I was talking on my cell driving 120 miles an hour down Parallel Road. Hi, how you doing? No, he's not dead yet. So, if I actually examine all that story, as I recall it happening, my lawyer self says, things aren't good. I have the feeling John Sovereign would have been there for me.
Yeah.
And I have the feeling that Philip, for all Philip is Philip, would have been there for me. I wish to God I had known his wife was in the hospital. I would have been there for him. And the reason I say those things is because Andrew was there for us. And CMA was there. Al called me repeatedly. Regularly. Manfred less so. Although well, he did. When it first started, it was Manfred and Al, who said, you go. Manfred said, you get those papers there tonight. And I went, oh my God. He said, I'll drive you. Like, what? Think about that. Think about that. And I said, no, I can do it. And I went tearing off to find you in diapers again. And when did I talk to him next? I wish I'd logged all of this. I bet you I could fathom it out from the emails and Facebook as to what happened when. But yeah, I talked to Al the next morning. And he said, no, I'll get the word out. Or whatever, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He didn't put it that way, but... And when I went screaming into that parking lot, and everybody formed a big circle, Al said to me, he said, well, you're going back to see Tim now, okay, or I told him that, and he says, but on your way home, you have to stop in. You stop in. And I said, well, it may be later, everybody will be gone. You stop in. He said, okay, I'll come off highway and I'll do that. So you may have had a lot of really kooky visions, but you know what? That night and a couple of other nights, there was a motorcycle that I would follow in. I still haven't figured that one out. It wasn't always the same bike. But there was typically a rider that ended up doing whatever. And if I pulled out, he'd pull out in front of me. And then he'd pull back. Like when I'm pulling, like, fuck, man. I hope you like that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Uriel rode motorcycle. And I have the feeling that the group here that we have been attending for all that they ride bike would not get the depth of those things.
Probably not.
I actually think Al might. Well, Al would look at me, Uriel? Yeah, one of the 4 archangels. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, see, at least you knew that, didn't you? It wasn't Michael.
No, I wouldn't put Michael past anything.
Well, Michael's a warrior, and Gabriel's a healer. And who else is there? Quick. There's 4 of them.
I used to know.
Oh, sorry, Gabriel. Did I say Gabriel? Michael is the warrior. Gabriel is the messenger. Raphael is the healer. I always thought of him as gay. You just saw a gay angel, didn't you?
Yeah, that's frightening.
Who is Uriel?
Lawyer?
Uriel is not only a defender, he's actually a ferryman.
He's the gay one.
No, he's a ferryman.
A gay guy.
The equivalent of like a Hades. Or a ferryman to Hades. Uriel was the one who, according to the Book of Enoch, basically defeated most of the fallen angels. That gives him a sword too.
Yeah.
2 cherubim were set officially at the Garden of Eden.
I thought Michael was the warrior.
Listen to me. 2 cherubim were set at the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
According to the Book of Enoch, Uriel positioned them. Uriel's got a lot of tasks. Uriel not only wields a sword, Uriel looks after the dead and takes them places. Uriel does just about everything, and Uriel is like a guardian. And there's a lot of other angels that sit in the pantheon that are named, that sit in Jewish Torah, but ultimately Uriel looked pretty good on those bikes. It didn't always look like it was. I swear it was the same fucking rider and the bike changed. It was bizarre. And Uriel is in Tora. I don't know why I'm telling you all this, because it's kind of kooky. It's like Ragnar Lothbrok. Uriel and Tora, just like Uriel, he appears in my novels, is the dude in the Saxons. Is massive. Who is that? Polly, the wrestler, Michael, or whatever. Is big and strong and wields a sword, and you know, you don't want to go up against Uriel. Well, you don't want to go up against Michael, but trust me, Uriel doesn't need the army behind him. So Uriel is kind of, yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Okay, where was I going with that? Oh, ultimately, it was Al and them. I stopped in there a few times. That Al would talk to me. He says, "Stop in and tell us. Stop in."
On Friday nights.
On Friday nights, because they were doing gatherings, or just en route home. So a lot of those things count for something, and when it's all said and done, that was not what was coming from the pastoral staff.
No.
But it was coming from the women, and I talked to Colleen tonight too, and she is one of those 4 women, and there are 4 of them. Well, I can almost say 5, but there are 4. And so I'm going tomorrow to touch base with people that I formed a relationship with.
Okay.
And 2 of them are going to be there and said, "See you Wednesday," and I guess that's a good enough reason for me to show up, isn't it?
Yep.
And it will be sad if I have to say,
Fuck you.
the church, because it's not because I'm a witch, but apparently because they can't provide handicap parking. 2022 is a strange world. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I can't wait till I tell Leo.
Yeah, that should kind of blow him away.
Well, I have the feeling Leo's got enough balls to go to the administration and say, there's a problem here.
Yep.
I'm coming here and there's a problem.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
It is, isn't it? One of my biggest shocks in the last few weeks, Tim, has been seeing Leo there. And Larry's coming. He said Larry's coming. For fuck's sakes.
Larry and Leo in a church on a Sunday.
Leo's been there 3 Sundays.
But Larry as well.
Leo
Who's
is
next?
related now to one of those women who stood up for me. It can't get stranger. I mean, it just can't get stranger. If I ever sit down with her, I don't think she'll get the gist of it, although she's my age.
I think who's next?
We
Roger and Swish?
Yeah, maybe. I guess the administration's going to have to deal with this, huh?
Yes.
Okay, well, it was remarkable when I got a hug on Sunday. You'd already gone on. This is before everything happened. And Leo said to somebody, "Well, I've known her for 40 years. And I said, "You do know it's longer." He said, "It's 19. I'm not going to quote the date because I'm on tape probably. And I said, "See? Do you realize how old we are?" And I whapped his belly and I said, "See?" It's pretty wild, ain't it?
Yeah.
And then I said to somebody that I got introduced to, I said, "You do know that I'm going to decide I'm your auntie." And the woman in question, who I know, who supported me with prayer and you and everything, I don't fully got it. I mean, she didn't get it. Not fully. I don't think she did. Leo did. Leo just roared. He said, "Yeah!" But Leo's background is not only white, it's white, Afro-American, and Indigenous. Leo gets auntie.
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, I'm the auntie. You do know that." And I went like this, right? And this one in question just sort of laughed and whatever. And I thought, no, she's got some second thoughts here as to what? I was never
Yeah.
Leo's lover. I don't know what I was. I think I was just little Kathy.
Right.
So, anyway, let's just move along here. You're going to take these. And we're not going to have, hopefully, any more emergencies tonight. No, we've had our emergencies, so obviously I've lived through that. Okay, that's one way to do it. Now what are we doing? You're going to eat.
This.
You're going to eat while we watch this, right?
No, I'll probably eat while we're watching Sox. Or Vikings or...
Okay, what would you like to talk about then? And we'll sit here for another few minutes.
I'm sorry the day went sideways.
Why did the day go sideways, Tim?
Because of things I didn't do.
I think you said because of things you didn't do.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly why the day has gone sideways. And I do have my hands full with you. And Bonnie was gracious enough last night when I said, I don't know what to do. Al said mashed potatoes, and Bonnie, I can't do it. Unless I find somebody to build them and keep them warm and deliver them, I can't do it. I got my hands full with Tim, and she said, you got your hands full. And she told me to bring whatever. A couple of things that I don't think I want to bring. I have got things that I could bring because I've got access to pickup, and some of those dips are to die for, Tim. They're $15 a container this big.
Wow.
The ones that I was taking to Pam are $15 a pop. So it isn't like I'm bringing cheap shit.
Yeah.
And the other thing is you better plan on buying Bannock. I haven't talked to Stalo Catering yet. But Stalo Catering will not only do it, they would probably deliver it for me. And
how many pieces of Bannock?
I don't know, it's whatever deal they give me. I would think at least 40. 40 pieces of Bannock and a jar of jam. That's what I want delivered. And I will bring some other stuff. I won't bring dessert. I will bring possibly those dip things because, like I said, you know what? That's not a bad contribution. They're $15 a pop.
Right. We're supposed to bring 2 presents as well?
Yeah, that has to be done, but I suspect it's going to just be a couple of boxes of chocolate. It's the easiest way to do it. And the only other thing to do is to wrap up 2 of those puzzles. Which would be cool, too.
Have they been opened?
No, they're brand new puzzles. The limit is $15. And the comment Al said, he said, it doesn't have to be $15, but that's the limit. Okay, fine. Well, we'll wrap 2 puzzles up. So we could probably do that, but I might need wrapping paper. I don't know if I have wrapping paper to use. I am not certain. And the other fun part would be do it in newsprint. That's kind of old school. Do it in newsprint and put a bunch of bows on it with, you know, some glitter and say there. And people will go, what is this? And they'll shake it and they'll think it's a puzzle or it's not a puzzle. Well, why not? And they're going to play some kind of game like with music and pass it along and, you know, the oops.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what they're going to do. So you can go and pour. That's one of the new boxes?
Yep.
Okay, so you know where I keep them. Good, thank you. You can pour that. And I'm not impressed with the fact that I was falling down again today. It's not cool with what you're doing with that regulator thing or whatever you've got. It's not cool what you're doing with the vacuum here. We've talked about these things, Tim, or I have. The vacuums need to be in a position like this because otherwise we trip over them, or you can. If you trip over it, we have probably a bigger problem than just me. Although right now we have a big enough problem with me tripping over it.
Yeah.
Well, that's not cool downstairs, is it? That canister that you use should be in a wheelie cart, should it not?
Yeah.
Well, why would you not put it in it tonight? Okay, sitting there shaking your head isn't
So I
good.
could have sworn I did.
No, you did not. So shaking your head is not good enough right now. And the fact that you cannot record whether or not somebody's called to leave me a message is not good enough either. But it just went out of your
There's a
head.
paper that's just on my desk.
That's well, then I guess you better put it in place.
Gotta get
So
a
when?
pad of
What are you
paper.
going to do to mitigate
There's paper
that, Tim?
over
Write
there.
it down.
You take it out of
And
the
you're
back
going to do it
of-
on what? The printer. I even provide the paper. See, this is what I don't understand with you. I don't understand it. So you go get some paper, and you fold it in half, and you get it in fucking place. And let's get that going, and you've got an airflow in here at least. I have the feeling that the winds are going to keep up, which is what they say they're going to do. So I have the feeling I'm up 2 or 3 times tonight. This isn't really anything new. I usually am this time of year. You would be off at work, and I'd be up 3 or 4 times out in the yard.
Right.
But you're not at work, and it's still happening.
Yeah.
Okay. And while that's happening, you're not washing down the mats properly. So there's lots of reasons why I'm angry.
Yeah.
Have we seen Gunner lately? Gunner has been in here, and Gunner may be in here now. We don't know. Gunner has obviously been in there. Gunner may be stuck in there. At least Gunner really can get out of there, even if that's jammed in there. If Gunner gets out of there tonight, I have to repack that. That means that Stephen King book is going to come in handy. Let's,
Is that right, pumpkin?
I'll try a picture of this. Mew is telling you. What are you telling him? What did you tell him? No, you told him. I know you did. There's Lady Grey. Mew is telling you that she agrees and you're an ass. Or something like that.
Right.
That's exactly what she just told you. But you don't speak animal speak. So what do you want to talk about? I'm going to sit here and leave this on tape for another couple of minutes and figure out what we're talking about, or there you get to talk and I can look at the cats.
Why is it every time I figure out that we can have a really good day, it turns to shit?
Why do you think it is?
I'm not trying hard.
I think that is a lot of it, Tim. I think that's most and all of it. You know, you've got this bright idea that what you're doing is the same as it was 15 years ago or 10 years ago, or when you were at the Harrison, and you're not.
you have not come to grips with the fact that your eyes are not all that good. The fact that you think you've done what you've done and you really haven't, and you're sitting down again and then you're forgetting, and you really haven't taken all of that into account. Did you get razors today?
Yes.
Well, you've been asked to shave for the last 3 days, and we're at 3 days.
Yep.
What happens on the 3rd day for me, the warden?
I finally got razors.
No, what happens for me on the 3rd day?
You lose it.
Okay, so on my own behalf, I will say, I'm pretty patient. I go through 1, 2. It's usually the 3rd time that I flip. That goes for you, or that goes for Matt and his buddy on Sunday. This is the 3rd hit. It was the 3rd hit. I haven't said to you, I have to ask you, in the course of the last couple of months, have I given you any suggestion that I have been doubting how things go over there?
No.
Okay. Well, I have. There have been a few thoughts that have occurred to me. I've said, okay, we'll watch, we'll just watch, we'll just watch. Well, this is now the 3rd hit. So it doesn't really take me on the first one. The first one, there's always a good excuse, I'm sure. On the second one, maybe there's an excuse, although it gets less so. But the 3rd one has already set a precedent now. That's it. This is what's going on. Okay. Anyway. In fact, it's really nice because those black mats almost look clean for a change. And everything looks white. Nothing like wine to disinfect things and baptize it. Alcohol is considered demonic in almost all Christian circles, including apostolic teachings, because it's fermented. So anything decaying is considered corrupt. You didn't know that, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, good. That's good. And yet, it's really odd because it's actually some of the best stuff going. Okay, so you going to eat now, or what are you going to do?
Not yet. No,
Okay, well, we're going to listen to this. And is this Sundays?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I'm going to listen to this and see what it is. I think it's odd because ultimately he has a men's conference. You might even be wanting to talk to him about that.
No.
Well, listen to me. If push comes to shove, I'm hoping you're going to back me on these thoughts. We wanted to talk about the handicapped. We wanted to talk about end-of-life stuff. And we wanted to talk about the men's conference. And I'm sorry, Matt, that I really was losing it on the handicap thing. But right now, what do you suggest about the other stuff? Because it's been interesting with how I've felt emotionally and how Tim has felt emotionally. And you would back me on that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Well, this is why Mei Ling said, well, you got to be gracious, you got to be diplomatic, you got to apologize profusely, but you need to get your point across. And I have not talked to any of those 4 women about what went on. But I have the feeling each one of them would be kind of something. So,
You ready?
no, I am not, but that's beside the point, Tim. Tim, please don't piss me off right now, okay?
Welcome home. Welcome to your house. Most importantly, welcome to God's house. So good to be home.
It's not my house. I have no place to park.
Made a few friends
I
there.
will watch this.
And
Okay.
also just want to say hi to all our Cuban friends that are watching online now. Isn't that cool? Our family goes so much further. So Marco,
I want your opinion. Right hand. I want your opinion.
The harp string. Welcome, dear.
What?
This is Lord.
What?
Pretty. Who has sent a
Pretty.
mighty Dane to the
Left
place
hand's
where
only
you
pretty?
live. I do not live. You have a message for Lord Utrecht.
What is missing?
Wrist work.
I've got to wear the turquoise.
Lord Utrecht.
That's the easiest way to do it. Actually, it's not just turquoise, it's Corsia Cola, which is much more powerful.
Tonight begun that which cannot be stopped. London.
What about...
Play the one to see this.
I am watching it. What about this? What do I do with this?
To be king.
Put it into a neck piece.
King of mercy.
Tomorrow?
King of
For tomorrow?
Saxon and Dane.
What do I do with it?
Hold on to it till Sunday. Put it into a neck piece. Hold on to it till Sunday.
Lord Utrecht.
I'll wear it. I don't have to wear a neck piece, I just have to have it on me. That was easy. Okay, we'll work with that.
There he is. Lord King.
I really
It is done.
could probably wear more rings. But right now it feels right. It's kind of bizarre, you know,
Yeah.
like there's this moment that it just says yes. And I go, but what about, but what about?
even have it.
And it
Okay,
really
so
feels
you
right.
said aggressive.
What do you read?
What do you read from the little finger forward?
Wait a minute. We're gonna tape this so I know.
You believe it to be true? I do.
Don't get too carried away trying to examine the ring. You just have to get the energy.
Yeah, not somebody to fuck with.
No doubt.
Little finger. Next finger.
So,
Judgment.
now?
Next finger.
Alfred is nothing compared to the gods.
It's a surety.
Next finger.
Utrecht. It is
Lenience.
our right.
What?
Called
Lenience.
Ah, the two pillars. Hermetic
The brothers Siegfried and Derek.
magic. Go on.
What Bjorn says. They're attacking London.
Your thumb.
Cannot say for certain. No.
My thumb. That's all you can come up with?
No, the rings on your thumb.
I do have rings on my thumb.
Mastery.
What?
Mastery.
Ooh, I better look at this. What did I... Ooh. Okay, what was the first one? Don't fuck with me and... Ooh, mastery. That's interesting given what I've got there. That's why I'm asking. Okay, let's play with this now. You said these are pretty. Well, they are. Isn't that pretty? It's pretty. I can, like, work hypnotism. Let's talk about this now. Little finger.
Drawing in.
What?
It can draw you in.
But you hesitated on that, didn't you?
No.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
What did you call it?
It can draw you in.
Okay. You did hesitate. Next one.
It can hold you there.
Back.
Back, yeah.
Next one.
Balance.
Really?
With Saxons for too long.
Ooh, next one.
Surety.
Water is good. We're a long way from the city.
Uncertainty.
Certainty.
Uncertainty.
What?
Uncertainty.
Fuck, baby, it ain't mine.
I'm thinking about the man in the grave. John.
I'm going to show you 10 fingers. And I'm just doing the virgin child moment. I want you to tell me which intimidates you the most. I was going to say which is the most powerful. It will depend on people. And I don't actually have rings that would really cut the hell out of people.
Who should have gotten there?
I only,
Word has been that you were missing.
that would literally slice
I
foreheads.
see you managed to remove your head from the king's ass. Well, for the moment. He's sleeping.
And I'm not wearing
King asks questions
my
about
nurse
your
piece.
loyalty. That's
Well,
his way.
or the
And he
equivalent.
tells me that you've been associating with those
Wait a
heathen
minute,
days.
I gotta fix this. Sometimes
Like this
they
one here.
slide. Which one triggers you the most?
You see with blood between your legs, my dear.
Whatever way, whichever triggers you the most. It was that easy. You're sucking it back. Middle one.
At ease, man.
Why? What's the most dangerous?
But take your house. Might.
That's the most dangerous. You're right. I'm hoping I'm buried with it because whoever inherits it won't know what to do with it.
There can be no bloodshed here. We're all mistaken, and we're all proud.
Is it stronger now or was it stronger yesterday? I just want a yesterday or now.
Now.
And I did think I did it right.
Oh, is it?
Goody! I'm having fun. I can think of something else. I can't believe I changed that out. That's...
I have the king's trust.
What do you make of this?
It's like a dark door.
Okay, that's good. Well, it is dark. It can be very dark. What else are you seeing with it? Just off the top of your head.
I want him dead.
Blank
Too
space.
soon. I'm sure Alfred
What
found
does he
David's
do?
rooms, and he knows his value.
Doors
He's
are
nothing but a
windows.
heathen.
Richard kills Danes.
Kills Danes. He survives sleep.
I could tell you about the
Saves the
stone.
life of children and mice, no doubt.
You want to know about the stone?
You can like that he sings the praises.
It allows you to run invisible. Take pictures. Don't touch my fucking cigarettes.
I do not like it.
I haven't worn it for a while.
Me. You must do that.
Hey, that at least, all right? Are you still taking pictures of nothing?
No, I actually stopped it.
Oh, that's good. I would like something sweet, and I don't know what to do, but I did buy this. By the way, this stuff is $10. So it better be fucking good.
That better be really good.
I guess it better, because I suspect I'll never do it again. Come on, uppy, uppy, uppy. Oh, god damn. I'm working on it. You might or might not need a lid for this somewhere along the line.
You know what?
A lid. Hello?
Yeah, okay.
Well, it would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Oh, fuck. Oh. And garbage, and this, and this, and this. Okay, where is the one that you're putting in tomorrow? This is it. I fucking hurt. That's beside the point, right? 2, 3. This is the next one, and then there's one on for supper, all right?
Right.
I have supper, and you have supper, and food tomorrow. Look, here, take pictures. It'll be fun.
What the heck is that?
I don't know. I know what they call it, so I can only imagine what it tastes like. Oh God, it looks awful. Okay, there, I'm taking pictures of you. Look at me. I don't know if we want to eat this. Okay, so I hope it is half decent, because $10 is a lot of money to buy something that's crap. There. It's not bad, but it's not worth $10. I can tell you that right now.
Thought you might want to kill me still.
Yeah, immediately if you don't finish it, okay? So you may need to go turn this
Worth $10 for that much?
Wiping my arse. It is good to see you here, Clifford. But your friends are not familiar.
I don't think it's worth $10, okay?
My spies tell me you want to marry
It's not bad, but it's not worth $10. It looks real pretty in the package, but it's not worth $10. Try to bring that's good, because it puts some more light out there, but it's really too warm in here, Tim, and I don't know why it's this warm. I'm assuming it's that machine. There's no reason although these lights will cause for warmth. Would it be okay if I open that window a little bit? Sure. Okay, well, let's try that, because it will get an airflow going. Out of my way. I'm going to hold this, please. This won't be right direct. I don't need you to hold that. I actually don't need you to hold that. I don't want that open because of the cats. Okay? That will hopefully get a little bit of airflow happening with that open. Alright? Thank you. So let's come and do devotions. Hi, Lady Grey. He's a good girl. Oh, she's a good girl. You are. You stand there and look at me. Oh, God, you eat a lot, cat. She is a big girl. I hope Gunner is not behind the... Good.
No.
Because I just fixed that again. Although I don't think Gunner's been back there. Oh, God. That's good, because that fan should draw a bit of it in. This is overwhelming. It's that stuff in here, Tim. Okay, so we're gonna read or whatever you do, right? And I don't know why this is not doing what it's supposed to. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's a start. I had this almost okay at one time, and now it's not. And then I'll talk to you about whatever else happened today. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We went through a document that initially was okay, and she said, no, I think the verb should be first. And I don't know if Ange is an expert that way, but she's been teaching for years, and I said, well, yeah, but I thought it was like in reverse with, is it present moment or past? So I went through and did all sorts of corrections and moved this back with around, and she said, but that's an underlined X. And I said, but in Thomas it's not. Really? Yeah, really. Like there's all sorts of stuff. It's like Tim Thomas. I said, what do you think? And I read her she was screen sharing, and I read her the stuff. I said, Tim Tam is, what time is it? or it's at 2 o'clock, or it seems to be that's the feel for it. Tamtamas is it's whenever it is, or whenever something is.
Oh.
Okay, so, you know, Hausilalam, you know, New Year, Tamtamas, you see how it's like, is whenever October is. So there's two different time words there. There's a time word that's time, like the time, which is often used for when in upriver and in the stuff. I should email Sonia and say, what do you think? That's what she's there with the Skep for. She's the linguist. Like, what do you make of this? Because this is perplexing to me, and we kind of came up with Vange Tamtamas, but, or maybe Liz Hurling, but to ask Sonia for the rule behind it, because it's got an ES on it. I don't get that. It doesn't really fit with the ES rules. But it shows in Galloway, and it's attested by all of the elders. I don't know. And it's like told or totilt or taluch. I think they can all be used in this idea of the students learning something. Just kind of, I don't know if we know the nuances of them, or I do. I don't think Vange does either. To look is learning something, and told is to study, and totilt is to learn something new. So, I mean, any one of those would kind of work. Go ahead and read, and then we'll talk, okay? Yeah, this has got to help. It feels a little fresher. It's see, that when that was blowing, Tim, you were at least getting fresh air coming in.
Right.
And it's that stuff in here. And running that machine, you should have another oxygen intake in here. It's kind of like why they put that in. In older houses, nobody ever put in ventways. Older houses had enough area coming in for your fireplace. But once you are in those brand new houses, they literally put an air vent that comes in up near your fireplace. Yeah. Okay, because they're too tight. So, you know, my house right now is not too tight. It's got enough air to draw on and everything else. Hello, Gunner.
And Jesus returned to Galilee, filled with the Holy Spirit's power.
Gunner.
Reports about him spread quickly to the whole region. He taught regularly in the synagogues and was praised by everyone. When he came to the village of Nazareth, his boyhood home, he went as usual to the synagogue on the Sabbath and stood up to read the scriptures. The scroll of Isaiah the prophet was handed to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where this was written. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, for he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim that captives will be released, that the blind will see, that the oppressed will be set free, and that the time of the Lord's favor has come. He rolled up the scroll, handed it back to the attendant, and sat down. All eyes in the synagogue looked at him intently. Then he began to speak to them. The scriptures you've just heard has been fulfilled this very day. Everyone spoke well of him and was amazed by the gracious words that came from his lips. How can this be, they asked. Isn't this Joseph's son? Then he said, you will undoubtedly quote me this proverb, physician, heal yourself, meaning do miracles here in your hometown like those you did in Capernaum.
Let's stop there, okay? And then you can pray, and I can talk to you about the garbage that has to be dealt with. And here's the bag that you will not be able to get into the garbage can, but that has to be put into it. It's still sitting there. Nothing's ripping it apart because of what it is, but it's heavy, and it will have to go out unless Kevin thinks he's going to get rid of it, which he doesn't think he can. Okay, so let's pray, okay?
Lord, thank you for the day. Thank you for the lack of rain. Thank you for the clear day. Thank you for Kai and all the hard work she does. Thank you for the cats and all the hard work they don't do. Give us a good night and a great day tomorrow. All my relations, amen.
So, I'm going to turn this off at this point because I'm going to discuss whatever, and I don't know what I ever want to post it online.
I thought that you've got stuff. Oh, this is your other one or the one you're using? You've got two of them here, don't you?
This is the one I'm going to be switching back to tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, let's work on reading, okay? And you should be in these slippers as opposed to those shoes.
They don't fit.
They don't fit?
Nope.
They don't fit you anymore. Okay. Is that fan still going?
Yes. Certainly there were many needy widows in Israel in Elijah's time when the heavens were closed for 3.5 years, and a severe famine devastated the land. Yet Elijah was not sent to any of them. He was sent instead to a foreigner, a widow of Zarephath, in the land of Sidon. And there were many lepers in Israel in the time of the prophet Elisha, but the only one healed was Naaman, a Syrian. When they heard this, the people in the synagogue were furious. Jumping up, they mobbed him and forced him to the edge of the hill on which the town was built. They intended to push him over the cliff, but he passed right through the crowd and went on his way. When Jesus went to Capernaum, a town in Galilee, and taught there in the synagogue every Sabbath day,
Hunter, get out of there.
there too the people were amazed at his teaching, for he spoke with authority. Once when he was in the synagogue, a man possessed by a demon, an evil spirit, began shouting at Jesus, "Go away! Why are you interfering with us?" Jesus of Nazareth, "Have you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God." Jesus cut him short. "Be quiet, come out of the man," he ordered. At that, the demon threw the man to the floor as the crowd watched, but it came out of him without hurting him further. Amazed, the people exclaimed, "What authority and power this man's word possess! Even evil spirits obey him."
You got in trouble, Lady Grey.
Flee at his command. News about Jesus spread through every village in the entire region.
We can stop there. You has just smacked Lady Grey about 16 times in the face. I don't know what Lady Grey did wrong, but obviously she did something wrong. Mu's in a mood. Mu hurts too. This started this afternoon in the last hour.
Oh, God.
Now, this is what happened one day we went to go on the trike, if you remember. And it was just all of a sudden, boom. And it has to do, I think, well, they want to take the tooth out, or they want to try to do a root canal. I don't think the root canal is going to be successful. I said, I don't know what I want to do with this. If I can keep this clean. Well, if it stays clean, you're fine. Well, I don't know what I did that day. And stress does trigger it, right? That is what it is, Tim. Along with my foot, my hip, and everything else. So we're not playing with that thing again tonight. You will put that on properly.
Yeah.
Under your nose, where I told you to put it and fought with you the other night.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if it does not stay on, then you will be calling me on the phone. And we will be putting the other mask on you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Right. Let's pray, okay?
God, thank you for the day. Thank you for Kai. All the heavy loads she carries. Give her strength. Give me wisdom so I don't mess up so much. Oh no.
Oh, look at me and a smile, okay? Because this is acting up too. I don't know how much longer I have this thing for. Oh, God. I should have called an hour before I called. I know what it feels like when it starts. And it was kind of doing it. And it's weird. It's like these sharp, it feels like a little knife going in. And it's like, okay, that's the sign. I'm about the third hit or fourth hit. I know what it feels like. Uh-oh. And it isn't like just, oh, well, rinse your mouth and maybe it'll get better and you'll be fine within by morning. No, it just, boom, it's going. Violet, I've tried rinsing it. I've tried the little syringe thing. It's getting worse. What? Oh, yeah. Is it swelling? It's starting to. And it literally can come up to him within a couple of hours. Meaning that now he's going to do an emergency evening call.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know if it's that it just gets infected or it's the body's response. And the swelling is because suddenly I end up with pus. And it isn't really bad pus. It's like good pus. There's two different kinds of pus. You know that.
No.
There's like greens and there's whites. Whites say that it's your antibodies are doing something, and it just starts to pile in there. And I take it it's a little bit of sugar or something, or something's triggered it.
Yeah. Little tiny grain off one of the
popcorn.
Corn.
And
yeah.
if it's still in there, guess what? All holy hell is going on around it. And I don't know how to clean it out. Sometimes he says, well, it seems like there's nothing in there. But the last time I went in, it was like, well, it's like there's nothing in there.
So what do you find today?
What?
What did you find today?
Nothing. I didn't go in.
Oh.
I went off charging madly to get emergency prescriptions for it that hopefully will take it under control in 24 hours. And until then, I feel like shit. Now you have food to eat, and tomorrow morning there's food to eat, or there's stuff for me to eat, or it's out and it's there. I don't think I'm going to eat tonight. I'm going to try that instead of Tylenol. Tylenol doesn't work on it. It doesn't do dick. And we're going to watch Sammy tonight, and I will go in. The first night, we probably should do it that way, okay? And be there, and you here, and me there. And then maybe we can just put it with you on here, and he can theoretically hear us, or I can sit over near the mic, okay? Or close to into the camera and say, I'll go sit with Tim. And...
What time is it supposed to start? 6?
6. It's 7 o'clock Edmonton time, which is 6 here.
Yeah.
And he goes for about a little bit of an hour or thereabouts, which is fine. It's not just the tooth. It literally goes up the jaw and back into the ear, which is what is concerning. See, this is swelling, starting to swell too, and hurts. So that's all in the lymph glands. So it's like bizarre, and the problem is because of what it is. It can go into, I guess, really bad, serious stuff real soon. He doesn't want to try to fill it. He says it won't hold. I've wondered if I should go be asking another dentist and saying, is there some way we can do this without trying to do root canal? Although I've got probably the best office in all of Chilliwack, so I haven't gone looking. Yeah. I really do have pretty much the best office. And he's a real sweetheart. He knows the bullshit I went through with one of the other ones, which is why he's probably indulged me with this.
Could be.
Though I don't find dentists are as screwy as doctors about antibiotics. They're not. Doctors are nuts.
You're on death's door, and they go, well, we can't give you an antibiotic. We don't want to, like, you know, increase tolerance or something. Like, fuck, man. Basic penicillin you can take all over the place, and it doesn't really change anything because we're not even fighting a we're fighting a bacterial kind of issue right now within the body. So it's like we're not.
You doesn't care. It's ice cream.
By the way, it'll probably help if I have a cold,
And because
too.
I was there,
The flu.
these are about $56.
And I said, how am I going to get it in the freezer? Well, I did. So I obviously don't need a tray of Nanaimo bars, which would have cost $30. At least, at this point. Oh, look at Gunner. Oh my God. Wow. Look at this. I guess I did do good. Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Now listen to me. You do owe me because I'm not interested in spending $100 or more for. I hope that gum goes the distance. If not, you go exchange it. I brought the receipt in. But I've got 2 things of water because that's the only place to get them. And while I was there, I grabbed that, and I'm assuming that's what it is. And that was it. And then I was going to go out to Safeway and said, I can't do this. I don't feel up to it, Tim. I feel like shit. And at Freshco, it wasn't bad. I said, have you guys got chocolates? Yeah! I don't know. They're here somewhere. They set it up. So there are, what are they? Lindenberg or whoever? The square, you know, they're about yay long.
Yeah, indoor.
Okay. Well, at $5 a pop, that's a whole lot less than 12 at Save-On. So if we wrap that up and put a bow on it or something, wrap it in fucking newspaper, that would go the distance, all right? So those are here now. And other than that, I don't know where I'm going to get buns. I might actually try to pull off Salvation Army. And I need about 6 to 8 of them and a thing of butter. And that would be enough. But I still need a pie or something. Scary shit, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, right now I've already blown a good $10 on towards that, and I still have to put in 10, or you do, or whatever. But I can't believe it. Two fucking weeks in advance? 2 fucking weeks? Are they that busy?
It might be.
No, they're not. They have nothing in cakes or pies in their freezers.
That means they're busy.
That means that they have downsized that much. Wow, eh? And then, whoever I talked to, I said, but don't you remember? Well, yeah, we don't have them. Doesn't seem to be. Pointed me there. So she took me over to bakery, and the bakery said, well, if you need a half a dozen Nanaimo bars, I can probably find them in the freezer. I said, no, I want a box. And for what it's worth, I told them, I said, I need it for tomorrow morning with a function. I just suddenly thought, oh, this would work. I guess that's the end of me and Save-On, okay? Yeah. The only reason I was there was to get your water shit.
This so I can remember this when you're dead. To put that in the garbage.
Maybe the cold stuff will help. Tim, this is bad.
The graveyard is blessed, holy ground.
You do not have the right nor authority to break this ground. You sin, willfully disturbing the peace of the dead.
Okay, come here.
No one but my wife.
These were $5. That's pretty cheap. I would do better at Walmart for $7 for the big Russell Stouffer. But that's not bad. Okay, so they're $12 with where we're at. I don't know if you see it. There will be 1 or 2 times we can go out, that I do know. And we have to maintain enough of them
in case there's a power outage or otherwise. You now have 7 tanks to work with for 2 weeks. I hope you understand that.
Yeah.
Well, that's a tank a day. And you won't
It's a
use
half
it.
a tank a day.
You won't use a tank a day here, being here. But you will if we go out, you'll use 2. So we have a problem. We are now on rations again. And that's not good, is it, Tim? No. Okay, well, let's do your whatever. And I feel like shit anyway. I would probably could have gone down there. This is really in a bad way through here. And don't know what I'm going to do. We're going to try to get it under control, and I go see my dentist and I spend $1,500. That's kind of where I'm going this week. Because just getting it cleaned up is not really pragmatic anymore. And I don't know what to do. Like, don't eat caramel popcorn, don't do this, don't do that. I don't know what to do with it. I've just come off of one of it, which one of the dentists I said I need stress, I haven't been sleeping, things have got me crazy, I'm sure I'm keeping it clean. He says stress will trigger this. So I could spend money and try to go find somebody who wants to try to fix it without me having it extracted. And I don't know where to go. Oh, well, I have one place I could go. But it's going to cost me $600 just to get an opinion. Because they will need x-rays and everything. Anyway, so let's read for a bit and decide that maybe we'll stay home tomorrow. If I stayed home, it's supposed to be half decent weather. That would mean that I would just get up at 6 or so. You need to open that up, by the way. And then I might change my mind. And then I will try to winterize some of the vehicles, meaning let's get them started and let's get some gas stabilizer in. I don't have to put extra gas in, but I have to get stabilizer in. And I've got 3 vehicles here to do. Plus I have 2 trucks to start and move. I'm sure that could keep me busy for at least 2 hours. And then maybe do some raking, and then, I don't know what, just stay in? Okay, there's an idea. If I didn't go out, Lucky does not get the 3 apples that I was gifted today. Although I suspect they'd keep for 2 weeks. And I was gifted 3 apples. I said, I don't want the apples. And somebody said, you can have them. I said, I want to take them to a horse I know. Well, take the apples.
That's cool.
Well, yeah, because Rennie said, she says, wait, apples. I said, yeah, there's a horse I feed. You just go visit her. Okay, so let's read, okay? Or do devotions or whatever. I do think that we're going to try to do Sunday out. Because we're going to go to Victory. And we're going to go to the meal. And we're going to go to Shiam and the market. That's a full enough day till approximately 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
That is pretty much 2 tanks, and that's the end of that discussion. Unless you think you can pull it off on one. And if you could, that would be even better. Okay? So you can decide you are on Mars with only so much whatever. Hi, Gunner. Oh my God, it's my Gunner. It's my Gunner. This my Gunner. Well, is this thing even working? I don't know. I'll get to it, Lady Grey. You can have a... You know what? She likes pictures. She actually does. She's like you. I want in. I want in. Oh, this is my good girl. So you have chicken and something to eat. If you stayed in or went out, you've got 3 cupcakes or 2 cupcakes and whatever, okay?
Okay.
And I will take the 2 vegetarian sandwiches up tonight if I need to eat something, or I'll eat the pizza. And we'll figure it out, okay?
Okay. After leaving the synagogue that day, Jesus went to Simon's home, where he found Simon's mother-in-law very sick with a high fever. Please heal her, everyone begged. Standing at her bedside, he rebuked the fever, and it left her, and she got up at once and prepared a meal for them. As the sun went down that evening, people throughout the village brought sick family members to Jesus. No matter what their diseases
Come here.
were, the touch of his hand healed everyone. Many were possessed by demons, and the demons came out at his command, shouting, "You are the Son of God." But because they knew he was the Messiah, he rebuked them and refused to let them speak.
Can you stop and go get a piece of paper, please? Lady Grey would be just so thrilled. It's like giving children toys, keep them busy during church. Look at her. She is actually following you over there. Oh, well, there it is. He has it. You don't even know where it is. Give it here. I'll fix it. What a bunch of twits. We'll make it little, okay? You want it little? Go ahead. Toys for the children. I should have them on tape. Look at these 2. They are just priceless. You guys don't even look like siblings. I actually think Gunnar is a different father. That's what I think. Go get it! Whee! And it's a little one now, okay?
Rolled up the scroll, handed it back to the attendant, and sat down. All eyes on the synagogue looked at him intently. Then he began to speak to them. The scriptures just heard has been fulfilled this very day. Everyone spoke well of him and was amazed by the gracious words that came from his lips.
We read that
How can
last
this
night.
be, they asked. Isn't this Joseph's son?
We did read this last night. Go ahead.
One day as Jesus was preaching on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, great crowds pressed in on him to listen to the words of God. He noticed 2 empty boats at the water's edge, for the fishermen had left them and were washing their nets. Stepping into one of the boats, Jesus asked Simon, its owner, to push it out into the water. So he sat in the boat and taught the crowds from there. When he had finished speaking, he said to Simon, "Now go out where it is deeper, and let down your nets to catch some fish." "Master," Simon replied, "we worked hard all last night and didn't catch a thing. But if you say so, I'll let the nets down again." And this time the nets were so full of fish they began to tear.
Good. Give me your piece of paper you put in that. What verse are you on?
Chapter 5, verse 6.
Put this in there and let's please not try to read that again, okay? And then we'll pray, and then we'll do something else, and I don't know if I should be freaking out yet. I haven't decided. I can tell you right now that Idle Air is not going to accommodate you. Doesn't matter if you call or not. They wouldn't accommodate. That's like Rob with, Rob, we have this little flange thing. It was a nightmare here for 2 weeks. So I don't think anybody's going to accommodate you. So you're kind of on your own. Cool, huh? And I'm sorry that I didn't realize that I don't know what to say. I probably should have. But I didn't, and I don't know why.
I thought it was next Friday.
Well, it obviously wasn't, and I really I feel like I've got my plate so full.
Yeah.
And I am writing down everything, Tim. All your appointments and this and the change and the other. You could have at least kept track of this. So ultimately where we're at is I guess we might get you out, but the odds are
Let's
you're
not
not
go very
when
far
I think about
for
it,
2
because
weeks.
there's things you could be doing here. Although here for an hour or so, we have enough tanks for you to do that. So that's good. And maybe I'll just save some gas. Let's not go there so I don't go ballistic. So why don't you pray, okay?
God, forgive me for my oversights, the things I don't take control of. Thank you for Guy. Thank you for Rob. And Dots.
Nice man.
Thank you for a wonderful day with people we know. Give us a good evening, God. Take care of us as well tomorrow. Amen.
Amen. So when you get around to talking to Vital Air, I think Rob isn't correct. I think you're hard pressed to say you were at the hospital. If anybody pushes that, you're hard pressed. You can tell them that you were at a cenotaph with Remembrance Day because of your ties. That would hold. Your ties to veterans and everything. Nobody better argue with you with that. And you had to be there because of the Métis community and whatever, and then you didn't feel all that well. There was another elder who wasn't feeling that well, and for whatever reasons, the driver is a sweetheart, but didn't call the other number. And there was somebody at home to bring it in. Is that okay? It doesn't perjure you or Rob. It's just one of those things. And that will be what I give and go, I didn't take the cell phone. I took him there. I had to do some running around. I had to go see another elder. It's Remembrance Day, and we are remembering our Stalo Indigenous elders. Uh-oh, now what? Well, this kind of got sideways. I thought it was under control. And the only thing I can say with respect to Rob is Rob didn't call. If Rob had called or you had talked to Rob, I'm sure I could have headed this off. But we didn't do that this time. Because it would have at least said, oh yeah, that's right, we got a delivery, now what? Because Rob said that, he said, you just stick a note on the fence and tell me what to do. Or who to call. And Kevin was here. And
how would Kevin know to answer the phone?
He'd call Kevin's cell phone number.
Oh.
And Kevin would answer the phone and say, oh yeah, and bring them in. And and I can always make the argument, well, we had them in the backyard. And I don't know what happened. It was just a breakdown of communications. And I didn't talk to Rob, but I kind of thought whatever. And I can even make the argument and say, I could have sworn we put a note on the door. But I'm on an alley access in Chilliwack. Now what? Somebody's walked off with the phone number signed. Which, all of these things are quite reasonable, aren't they? I'm not making this up. This isn't just the dog ate it. Gee, come live in my alley and see what happens. Okay, but the bottom line is just right now you have 2 weeks. With how many tanks?
Well, 4 on the bike, 4 in the van, 3 downstairs. It's 11 tanks.
And that puts us into what stash I have that nobody knows about. It's a problem already, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that stash nobody knows about will take us 3 to 4 hits of Rob to bring it back up. So I would rather not do it that way. I would rather you just deal with it. That means that we're probably not doing any big adventures. Not that we might this week anyway. I would like to get out. I don't have to go to drumming tomorrow. It would have been a thing to do, and I would have taken lucky apples. But I don't have to, and I don't have to go to the Reach. I would like to get to church and go over to Shiam, and that is going to be one fucking take. That means that we head out of here at approximately 9:30, and we come home at about 4. Do you think you can pull that off?
I think so.
I guess you're going to have to. Means if you have to lower your oxygen shit, then you do so. But today, to be running 89 today was pretty good.
Yeah.
I put it down to the other mask already. And I still think you need different batteries than that. That did not read on me worth shit. I'm surprised it even read on you. But it really didn't read on me, and my hands were aching like the bejesus. We don't have anywhere specifically to go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Now that was easy. Although Friday, oftentimes we take off. Whether or not we go anywhere on Saturday remains to be seen, but that would be at least Sunday again. Okay? Okay, so that's where we're at. And that's not cool, and I don't like where we're at, and you should have known, Tim, yes? I guess you should have, shouldn't you?
I should have, but I thought it was next week.
Well, it obviously is not. So what are we doing now? Ew. She found the ice cream. Whatever you're going to do and eat that.
Don't worry, you can do it. You and her can do it. She found the ice cream. Uh-oh. Move your hand, please. There you go. I found the ice cream. What, you want to try some too? Lady Grey?
They asked for your soldier.
Okay, I'll work with this. Here. Come on, you guys. Look what I got. Oh! Look at these guys. Look.
His son is a boy.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
When Alfred is without his commander.
Gunnar isn't so sure, but Lady Grey likes it. Look at this. She's taking chunks. Gunner's going, I'll taste it. I'll taste it. And there's Mew. Oh, God. Look at the girls here, okay?
Gunner's decided.
Gunnar thinks this is pretty good stuff. Is that it? Oh, Gunnar, you're my buddy now. Oh, look at that. But it's cold. Yeah. Anyway, so we will do this, and then we'll have a chocolate and decide what we've learned or whatever else, okay? Look at me. Try to wave. Hi, Mew.
You have made this possible. By abandoning Alfred.
Okay, Gunnar is the one who is convinced. Lady Grey finds it cold. Look at this. I can eat this. Gunnar, you are a Twinkie. And it's actually not that hard. It's in one of the other fridges here. Okay.
And men like me.
Okay, so we've got your shoes fixed, and the cats are eating ice cream, and it's 5 or 6 o'clock, and I am almost assured I'm going in by 7. Okay. I'm not that great a shape. I went at 7. I'd get to bed by 9. I may do drumming, and maybe I'll just stay home and I don't know. But right now we've got some really screwy stuff with what are we going to do? Goodbye to the crust. Well, so did Lady Grey, because that's what she's working on. Ooh, this might be good. This might be good. Wow, eh? Oh, there's Mew. That's what Lady Grey is doing down here. I thought she had something else. No, she's got a chunk of... She's taking a bite out of that. And Gunnar's going, well, I don't know. Is that good? Is that good? Yes, I gave it to you guys. You better remember that.
She belongs to me. You will return. You gave her up to
Look at me going 6:30.
Well,
and I
yeah,
need to go
but
to bed. I'm special. Somewhat amazing. I know you. No icing. Bed.
I'm here for Ethelflaed. She's in hiding in Hungary. And from your husband, he plans to have her killed.
And that's kind of weird. Okay? Don't feel very well. It may be my antibiotic. Maybe how my mouth feels. And it hurts like hell. Here. Hold these. I'm going to take a picture. And we're going to do that Forrest Gump moment. What? What?
Where'd they all go?
I just ate 4 of them. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
That is what he did.
Okay. So you pick one and tell me what it is. All right? And I never ate supper. Well, I know it's chocolate, and they're a third the size they ever were.
Ethelflaed is in hiding and where? Ilka, I have given half my life.
What is it?
I will give no more. She says you are sworn to her.
They don't even have a magic key anymore.
It's a trick.
Well, they actually don't. I don't know what you're looking for. They don't have one.
The key is on the side of the box.
Oh, it's absolute bullshit.
She asks for your help. Not because you are her oath man, Uhtred, but because you are the man that she trusts the most. I will say no more.
That I remained in Wessex and refused to swear to Edward.
We don't even know what it is.
For Ethelflaed that I came here. You're free to choose your own path.
There's the key.
May God bless
I
you.
don't know what it is.
Might be a fudge.
In fact, I ate 4 and all I ate was fudge. No, don't worry. We're going to eat some more of them. We're going to finish them up because this is bullshit. And we'll go try to see if there's a Russell Stouffer's that are a half decent size. Because this is bizarre. I can't believe what I'm looking at. These are not what I ate 4 years ago. Or 6 years ago.
I mentioned to us first that I did not come north only to turn on myself.
I want some sort of caramel. No, I just want maraschino chocolate ones, okay? That's all I want. Decent sized ones.
If the North is your home, your birthright, then why are we not looking?
You don't even seem to have the same types of pot of gold. That's why I ate 4 of them. I can't find a caramel, hard caramel. What do they do? Throw it away?
Maybe do this. We should leave this place.
Eat something.
My brother.
I'm throwing the other stuff out, okay?
You must.
When Alfred was young, he would hunt anything and everything, I swear. He could not help himself. Or rather, he could, and he did.
What's that one?
Uhtred.
What did you say to Ethelred?
What do you mean?
You went to Ethelred.
Eat at least more, 2 more, okay?